Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Why is this?
Ladies and gentlemen,
Seekers of the stage,
denizens of the dramatic,
refugees from reality,
creatures of all heights, hues, and humors.
welcome to the season 1 finale of What Streams May Come, presented by Chaotic Tiefling Productions.
Tonight, as always, I am joined by the magically macabre and majestically mystifying Lady of Shadows, Jessica Skellington.
And I am always pleased to join the boisterous bacchanalian Baron of Banter, Finnegan Archer, the Bloodhaven Bard.
For every 2 weeks, we have been bringing you a dramatic work from the bard of all bards, William Shakespeare, performed by thespians driven out of the stage light by the perils of our present pandemic, and leaving us without a place to perform our craft. With that in mind, we've chosen to make tonight's season finale a charity stream. Though our virtual curtain may close tonight, we are inviting all lovers of theater to donate to the Actors Fund. The Actors Fund fosters stability and resiliency and provides a safety net for performing arts and entertainment professionals over their lifespan. A link to donate will appear in the chat periodically this evening.
As we've done in our private readings with our local friends, Finn and I have chosen one of Shakespeare's plays, and we made an open call to performers.
What is unique about these readings is, aside from choosing the show, the casting is completely random. Through the magic of spreadsheet randomizers, every actor has an equal chance of being paired with any role, regardless of age, gender, etc.
And as you will see, this often makes for hilarious interpretations of the characters, or it may provide a new spin on what you may have seen done in live theater.
Tonight's performance will be Much Ado About Nothing. To bring you this story, we welcome to the stream a talented troupe of troubadours. Players, as I call out tonight's cast of characters, please introduce yourself and say hello to our lovely audience. Don Pedro tonight will be...
Traveler Varlander. Hello, lovely audience.
Tonight, appearing as Benedict, we have...
Lindsay Zana. Hi.
Tonight, our Claudio will be brought to life by...
Hello, John Rabin.
Tonight, we have the pleasure of welcoming to our stage as Leonardo...
Your friendly neighborhood Gleam Demon.
Tonight, bringing Beatrice to you, we have...
Cheryl, ready for sass and tomfoolery.
Tonight, performing as Dogberry, we have...
Goblin Katie here.
Being the aggressively feminine hero, we have tonight...
Hello, it's Sarah B. here.
Tonight, our Don John will be played by...
Greetings, my friends and fiends. 'Tis I, ye old dragon.
Tonight, playing Boracchio, we have...
Jenna Kay. Hi, everybody.
Appearing this evening as Margaret, we are joined by...
Ellie Collins, pleased to be here.
Tonight, our Conrad will be brought to life by none other than...
Hello, I'm Home Base Serenity.
Tonight, we have Antonio brought to you by...
Hi, I'm Jenna.
Tonight, our Ursula will be brought to you via the lovely graces of...
Oh, hey, it's me, your resident Babs the Bat.
Tonight, our Vergis will come to you straight from the mouth of...
Hello, Lydia Gass here.
Tonight, bringing us the messenger, we have...
Hello, I'm Jess, aka Bardic Bell.
Our Friar Francis this evening will be played by...
NATO at your service.
Playing dual roles as Balthazar and the First Watchman, we are joined by...
Hey everybody, D&D Jordan Lee.
Also part of the guard, tonight's Watchman will be...
It's melodic blue.
Also playing dual roles as Sexton and Lord, we have...
Hi, everybody. It's Nikki.
And finally, playing a random boy and George C. Cole, me, Finnegan Archer.
But the best part of our show is you, dear audience. Please let us know how you're liking it in the chat and share those comments that you would normally get shushed for in a live theater. Our performers may even join in the dialogue, along with Finn and myself. We do humbly ask that you keep it respectful, but please feel free to make jokes, talk about the characters or plot, compliment our actors, and maybe get a little bit bawdy.
I mean, it is Billy Shakes, and we'd be doing him a disservice if we shied away from the puns, quips, and innuendos. However, we do have moderators watching the chat, so please be kind to each other and to the actors on your screen.
And with that said, we invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Without further ado, let us to places for Act 1, Scene 1 of Much Ado About Nothing.
Learn in this letter that Don Pedro of Aragon comes this night to Messina.
He is very near by this. He was not 3 leagues off when I left him.
How many gentlemen have you lost in this action?
But few of any sort, and none of name.
A victory is twice itself when the achiever brings home full numbers. I find here that Don Pedro hath bestowed much honor on a young Florentine named Claudio?
Oh, much deserved on his part, and equally remembered by Don Pedro. He hath borne himself beyond the promise of his age, doing in the figure of a lamb the feats of a lion. He hath indeed bettered expectation than you must expect of me to tell how.
He hath an uncle here in Messina. We'll be very much glad of it.
I have already delivered him letters, and there appears much joy in him, even so much that joy could not show itself modest enough without a badge of bitterness.
Did he break into tears?
In great measure.
A kind overflow of kindness. There are no faces truer than those that are so washed. How much better is it to weep at joy than to joy at weeping?
I pray you, is Signor Montanto returned from the wars, or no?
I know none of that name, lady. There was none such in the army of any sort.
What is he that you ask for, niece?
My cousin means Signor Benedict of Padua.
Oh, but he's returned, and as pleasant as he ever was.
He set up his bills here in Messina and challenged Cupid at the flight. And my uncle's fool, reading the challenge, subscribed for Cupid and challenged him at the Bird Bolt. I pray you, how many hath he killed and eaten in these wars? But how many hath he killed? For indeed I promise to eat all of his killing.
Faith, niece, you tax Signor Benedict too much, but he'll be meet with you, I doubt it not.
He hath done good service, lady, in these wars.
You had musty victual, and he hath holp to eat it. He is a very valiant trencherman. He hath an excellent stomach.
And a good soldier too, lady.
And a good soldier to a lady. But what is he to a lord?
A lord to a lord, a man to a man, stuffed with all honorable virtue.
It is so indeed. He is no less than a stuffed man. But for the stuffing, well, we are all mortal.
You must not, sir, mistake my niece. There is a kind of merry war betwixt Signor Benedict and her. They never meet, but there's a skirmish of wit between them.
Alas, he gets nothing by that. In our last conflict, 4 of his 5 wits went halting off, and now is the whole man governed with the one, so that if he have wit enough to keep him warm, let him bear it for a difference between himself and his horse, for it is all the wealth that he hath left to be known a reasonable creature. Who is his companion now? He hath every month a sworn new brother.
Is it possible?
Very easily possible. He wears the faith but as the fashion of his hat. It ever changes with the next block.
I see, lady, the gentleman is not in your books.
No, and if you were, I would burn my study. But I pray you, who is his companion? Is there no young squarer now that will make a voyage with him to the devil?
He is most in the company of the right noble Claudio.
Oh, Lord, he will hang upon him like a disease. He is sooner caught than the pestilence, and the taker run presently mad. God help the noble Claudio. If he had caught the Benedict, it will cost him £1,000 ere it be cured.
I will hold friends with you, lady.
Do, good friend.
You will never run mad, niece.
No, not till a hot January.
Oh, Don Pedro is approached.
Good Signor Leonato, are you come to meet your trouble? The fashion of the world is to avoid cost, and you encounter it.
Never came trouble to my house in the likeness of your grace. For trouble being gone, comfort should remain. But when you depart from me, sorrow abides, and happiness takes his leave.
You embrace your charge too willingly. I think this is your daughter.
Her mother hath many times told me so.
Were you in doubt, sir, that you asked her?
Signor Benedict, no, for then were you a child.
You have it full, Benedict. We may guess by this what you are, being a man. Truly, the lady fathers herself. Be happy, lady, for you are like an honorable father.
If Signor Leonato be her father, she would not have his head on her shoulders for all Messina, as like him as she is.
I wonder that you will still be talking, Signor Benedict. Nobody marks you.
What, my dear Lady Disdain, are you yet living?
Is it possible Disdain should die while she hath such meat food to feed it as Signor Benedict? Courtesy itself must convert to disdain if you come in her presence.
This, then, is courtesy a turncoat, but it is certain I am loved of all ladies, only you excepted, and I would I could find it in my heart that I had not a hard heart, for truly I love none.
A dear happiness to women. They would else have been troubled by a pernicious suitor. I thank God and my cold blood I am of your humor for that. I'd rather hear my dog bark at a crow than a man swear he loves me.
God keep your ladyship still in that mind, so some gentleman or other shall scape a predestinate scratched face.
Scratching could not make it worse, and 'twere such a face as yours were.
Well, you are a rare parrot teacher.
A bird of my tongue is better than a beast of yours.
I would my horse had the speed of your tongue and so good a continuer. But keep your way, in God's name, I have done.
You always end with a jade's trick. I know you of old.
That is the sum of all, Leonato. Signor Claudio and Signor Benedict, my dear friend Leonato, hath invited you all. I tell him we shall stay here at least a month, and he heartily prays some occasion may detain us longer. I dare swear he is no hypocrite, but prays from his heart.
You swear, my lord, you shall not be forsworn. Let me bid you welcome, my lord. Being reconciled to the prince your brother, I owe you all duty.
What's that, my dear brother?
I do thank you. I'm not of many words, but I thank you.
Please, at your grace, lead on.
Your hand, Leonato. We will go together.
Benedict, didst thou note the daughter of Signor Leonato?
I noted her not, but I looked on her.
Is she not a modest young lady?
Do you question me as an honest man should do, for my simple, true judgment? Or would you have me speak after my custom, as being a professed tyrant to their sex?
No, I pray, speak in sober judgment.
Why, faith, methinks she's too low for a high praise, too brown for a fair praise, and too little for a great praise. Only this commendation I can afford her, that were she other than she is, she were unhandsome, and being no other but as she is, I do not like her.
Thou thinkest I am in sport. I pray thee, tell me truly how thou likest her.
Would you buy her, that you inquire after her?
Can the world buy such a jewel?
Yea, and a case to put it into. But speak you this with a sad brow? Or do you play the flouting jack to tell us Cupid is a good hair finder and Vulcan a rare carpenter? Come, in what key shall a man take you to go in the song?
In mine eyes, she is the sweetest lady that ever I looked on.
I can see yet without spectacles, and I see no such matter. There's her cousin, and she were not possessed with a fury, exceeds her as much in beauty as the 1st of May doth the last of December. But I hope you have no intent to turn husband, have you?
I would scarce trust myself, though I had sworn the contrary, if Hero would be my wife.
Is't come to this? In faith hath not the world one man, but he will wear his cap with suspicion? Shall I never see a bachelor of 80 again? Go to, i' faith, and thou wilt needs thrust thy neck into a yoke, wear the print of it, and sigh away Sundays. Look, Don Pedro is returned to seek you.
What secret had held you here that you followed not to Leonatos?
I would your grace would constrain me to tell.
I charge thee on thy allegiance.
You hear, Count Claudio? I can be secret as a dumb man. I would have you think so, but on my allegiance, mark you this, on my allegiance, he is in love. With who? Oh, now that is your grace's part. Mark how short his answer is. With Hero, Leonato's short daughter.
If this were so, so were it uttered.
Like the old tale, my lord, it is not so, nor 'twas not so, but indeed, God forbid it should be so.
If my passion change not shortly, God forbid it should be otherwise.
Amen. If you love her, for the lady is very well worthy.
You speak this to fetch me in, my lord.
By my troth, I speak my thought.
And in my faith, my lord, I spoke mine.
And by my 2 faiths and troths, my lord, I spoke mine.
That I love her, I feel.
That she is worthy, I know.
That I neither feel how she should be loved, nor know how she should be worthy, is the opinion that fire cannot melt out of me. I will die in it at the stake.
Thou wast ever an obstinate heretic in the despite of beauty.
And never could maintain his part but in the force of his will.
That a woman conceived me, I thank her. That she brought me up, I likewise give her most humble thanks. But that I will receive a richete winded in my forehead, or hang my bugle in an invisible baldric, all women shall pardon me. Because I will not do them the wrong to mistrust any, I will do myself the right to trust none. And the fine is, for the which I may go with the finer, I will live a bachelor.
I shall see thee ere I die look pale with love.
With anger, with sickness, or with hunger, my lord, not with love. Prove that ever I lose more blood with love than I will get again with drinking. Pick out my eyes with a ballad maker's pen, and hang me up at the door of a brothel house for the sign of blind Cupid.
Well, if ever thou dost fall from this faith, thou wilt prove a notable argument.
If I do, hang me in a bottle like a cat and shoot at me. And he that hits me, let him be clapped on the shoulder and called Adam.
Well, as time shall try. In time the savage bull doth bear the yoke.
The savage bull may, but if ever the sensible Benedict bear it, pluck off the bull's horns and set them in my forehead, and let me be vilely painted, and in such great letters as they write, "Here is good horse to hire." Let them signify under my sign, "Here you may see Benedict the married man."
If this should ever happen, thou wouldst be horn mad.
Nay, if Cupid have not spent all his quiver in Venice, thou wilt quake for this shortly.
I look for an earthquake too, then.
Well, you temporize with the hours. In the meantime, good Signor Benedict, repair to Leonatos. Commend me to him, and tell him I will not fail him at supper, for indeed he hath made great preparation.
I have almost matter enough in me for such an embassage, and so I commit you.
To the tuition of God, from my house, if I had it.
The 6th of July, your loving friend, Benedict.
Nay, mock not, mock not. The body of your discourse is sometimes guarded with fragments, and the guards are but slightly basted on neither. Ere you flout old ends any further, examine your conscience. And so I leave you.
My liege, your highness now may do me good.
My love is thine to teach. Teach it but how, and thou shalt see how apt it is to learn any hard lesson that may do thee good.
Hath Leonardo any son, my lord?
No child but Hero, she's his only heir. Dost thou affect her, Claudio?
Oh, my lord. When you went onward on this ended action, I looked upon her with a soldier's eye, that liked but had a rougher task in hand than to drive liking to the name of love. But now I'm returned, and that war thoughts have left their places vacant. In their rooms come thronging soft and delicate desires, all prompting me how fair young Hero is, saying I liked her ere I went to wars.
Thou wilt be like a lover presently, and tire the hearer with a book of words. If thou dost love fair Hero, cherish it, and I will break with her and with her father, and thou shalt have her. Was not to this end that thou beganst to twist so fine a story?
How sweetly you do minister to love, that no love's grief by his complexion. But lest my liking my two sons seem, I would have salved it with a longer treatise.
What need the bridge much broader than the flood? The fairest grant is the necessity. Look what will serve is fit. 'Tis once thou lovest, and I will fit thee with a remedy. I know we shall have revelling tonight. I will assume thy part in some disguise, and tell fair Hero I am Claudio, and in her bosom I'll unclasp my heart and take her hearing prisoner with the force and strong encounter of my amorous tale. Then after to her father will I break, and the conclusion is, she shall be thine. In practice, let us put it presently.
All right, this is your voice of God. That was the end of Act 1, Scene 1. We are on to Act 1, Scene 2.
How now, brother? Where is my cousin, your son? Hath he provided this music?
He is very busy about it, but brother, I can tell you strange news that you yet dream of. Not of.
Are they good?
As the events stamp them, they have a good cover, they show well outward. The prince and Count Claudio walking in a thick pleached alley in mine orchard were thus overheard by a man of mine. The prince discovered to Claudio that he loved my niece, your daughter, and meant to acknowledge it this night in a dance. If he found her accordant, he meant to take the present time by the top and instantly break with you of it.
Hath the fellow any wit that you told this?
A good sharp fellow. I will send for him and question him. You question him yourself.
No. We will hold it as a dream till it appear itself. But I will acquaint my daughter with all, and she may be better prepared for an answer if peradventure this be true. Go you and tell her of it. Cousins, you know what you have to do? Oh, I cry you mercy, friend. Go you with me, and I will use your skill. Good cousin, have a care this busy time.
All right, end of Act 1, Scene 2, and we're on to Act 1, Scene 3.
What the good year, my lord? Why are you thus out of measure sad?
There is no measure in this occasion that breeds. Therefore the sadness is without limit.
You should hear reason.
If not a present, well, if when I heard it, what blessing brings it?
If not a present remedy, at least a patient sufferance.
I wonder that thou, being as thou sayest thou art, born unto Saturn, goest about to apply a moral medicine to a mortifying mischief. I cannot hide what I am. I must be sad when I have cause and smile at no man's jests. Eat when I have stomach and wait for no man's leisure. Sleep when I am drowsy and tend on no man's business. Laugh when I am merry and claw no man in his humor.
Yea, but you must not make the full show of this till you may do it without controlment. You have late stood out against your brother, and he hath taken you new and he has taken you newly into his grace, where it is impossible you should take true root, but by the fair weather that you make yourself. It is needful that you frame the season for your own harvest.
I'd rather be a canker in a hedge than a rose in his grace, and it better fits my blood to be disdained of all than to fashion a carriage to rob love from many. In this, though, I cannot be said to be a flattering, honest man. It must not be denied that I am a plain-dealing villain. I am trusted with a muzzle and enfranchised with a clog. Therefore I've decreed not to sing in my cage. If I had my mouth, I would bite. If I had my liberty, I would do my liking. In the meantime, let me be what I am, and seek not to alter me.
Can you make no use of your discontent?
I make all use of it, for I use it only. Who comes here? What news, Baraccio?
I came yonder from a great supper. The prince, your brother, is royally entertained by Leonardo, and I can give you intelligence of an intended marriage.
Will it serve for any model to build mischief on? What is he for a fool that betroths himself to unquietness?
Mary, it is your brother's right hand.
Who? The most exquisite Claudio?
Even he?
Oh, a proper squire. And who? Which way looks he?
Mary on Hero, the daughter and heir of Leonardo.
Oh, a very forward march chick. How came you to this?
Being entertained for a perfumer, I was smoking a musty room. Comes me the prince and Claudio, hand in hand, in sad conference. I whipped me behind the arras, and there heard it agreed upon that the prince should woo Hero for himself, and having obtained her, give her to Count Claudio.
Oh, come, let us thither. This may prove to be food for my displeasure. That young startup hath all the glory of my overthrow. If I can cross him any way, I bless myself every way. You're both sure, and will assist me?
To the death, my lord.
Well, let us to the great supper. Their cheer is the greater that I am subdued. Oh, would the cook were on my mind. Shall we go prove to what's to be done?
We'll wait upon your lordship.
All right, and that is the end of Act 1.
Tonight, the part of Baraccio will be played by Gretchen Wieners from Mean Girls. I love what is happening.
Yes. You guys
Still
are bringing
that
it for the
tea.
finale.
And yes, for those of you in the chat that have mentioned it, snaps all around to all the voice work that gets done up in this space, because you guys bring stuff that we never knew we wanted. But yeah, I mean, Benedict is just that guy. He's just that guy. We want to see him fall on his face, but for whatever reason, Will never gives us a good enough payoff for those. Let's just go ahead and be honest. We never see enough comeuppance for guys like Benedict.
This is true. This is very, very true. All right, shall we?
I would love to.
All right, let us to Act 2, Scene 1.
Was not Count John here at supper?
I saw him not.
Oh, tartly that gentleman looks. I never can see him, but I am heartburned an hour after.
He is of a very melancholy disposition.
He were an excellent man that were made just in the midway between him and Benedick. The one is too like an image, and says nothing, and the other too like my lady's eldest son, evermore tattling.
Then half Signor Benedick's tongue in Count John's mouth, and half Count John's melancholy in Signor Benedick's face.
With a good leg and a good foot, uncle, and money enough in his purse, and such a man would win any woman in the world if he could get her good will.
By my troth, niece, thou wilt never get thee a husband if thou be so shrewd of thy tongue.
In faith, she's too cursed.
Too cursed is more than cursed. I shall lessen God's sending that way, for it is said God sends a cursed cow short horns, but to a cow too cursed, he sends none.
So by being too cursed, God will send you no horns?
Just. If he sends me no husband, for which the blessing I am at him upon my knees every morning and evening, Lord, I could not endure a husband with a beard on his face. I'd rather lie in the woolen.
You may light on a husband that hath no beard.
What shall I do with him? Dress him in my apparel and make him my waiting gentlewoman? He that hath a beard is more than a youth, and he that hath no beard is less than a man. And he that is more than a youth is not for me, and he that is less than a man, I am not for him. Therefore I will even take sixpence in earnest of the beer-haired, and lead his apes into hell.
Well then, go you into hell?
No, but to the gate, and there will the devil meet me like an old cuckold with horns on his head, and say, "Get you to heaven, Beatrice, get you to heaven, here's no place for you maids." So deliver I up my apes, and away to St. Peter. For the heavens he shows me where the bachelors sit, and there we live as merry as the day is long.
Well, niece, I trust you will be ruled by your father.
Yes, faith. It is my cousin's duty to make curtsy and say, "Father, as it please you." But yet for all that, cousin, let him be a handsome fellow, or else make another curtsy and say, "Father, as it please me."
Daughter, I hope to see you one day fitted with a husband.
Not till God make men of some other metal than earth. Would it not grieve a woman to be overmastered with a piece of valiant dust, to make an account of her life to a clod of wayward marl? No, uncle, I'll none. Adam's sons are my brethren, and truly I hold it a sin to match in my kindred.
Daughter, remember what I told you. If the prince do solicit you in that kind, you know your answer.
The fault will be in the music, cousin, if you not be wooed in good time. If the prince be too important, tell him there is a measure in everything, and so dance out the answer. For hear me, hero, wooing, wedding, and repenting is as a Scotch jig, a measure, and a syncopace. The first suit is hot and hasty like a Scotch jig, and full as fantastical. The wedding, mannerly, modest as a measure, full of state and ancientry. And then comes repentance, and with his bad legs falls into the syncopace faster and faster till he sink into his grave.
Cousin, you apprehend passing shrewdly.
I have a good eye, uncle. I can see a church by daylight.
The revelers are entering, brother. Make good room.
Lady, will you walk about with your friend?
So you walk softly and look sweetly and say nothing. I am yours for the walk, and especially when I walk away.
With me in your company?
I may say so when I please.
And when please you to say so?
When I like your favor. For God defend, the lute should be like the case.
My visor is Philemon's roof, within the house is Jove.
Why then, your visor should be thatched.
Speak low if you speak love.
Well, I would you did like me.
So would not I for your own sake, for I have many ill qualities.
Which is one?
I say my prayers aloud.
I love you the better. The hearers may cry, Amen!
God match me with a good dancer.
Amen.
And God keep him out of my sight when the dance is done. Answer, clerk.
No more words. The clerk is answered.
I know you well enough. You're Signor Antonio.
At a word, I am not.
I know you by the waggling of your head.
To tell you true, I counterfeit him.
You can never do him so ill. Well, unless you were very man. Here's his dry hand up and down. You are he. You are he.
At a word, I am not.
Come, come, do you think I do not know you by your excellent wit? Can virtue hide itself? Go to, mum, you are he. Graces will appear, and there's an end.
Will you not tell me who told you so?
No, you shall pardon me.
Nor will you not tell me who you are?
Not now.
That I was disdainful and that I had my good wit out of the 100 merry tales. Well, this was Signor Benedict that said so.
What's he?
I'm sure you know him well enough.
Oh, not I, believe me.
Did he never make you laugh?
I pray you, what is he?
Why, he is the prince's jester, a very dull fool. Only his gift is in devising impossible slanders. None but the libertines delight in him, and the commendation is not in his wit, but in his villainy. For he both pleases men and angers them, and then they laugh at him and beat him. I am sure he is in the fleet. I would he had boarded me.
When I know the gentleman, I'll tell him what you say.
Do. He'll but break a comparison or two on me, which, peradventure not marked or not laughed at, strikes him into melancholy. And then there's a partridge ring saved, for the fool will eat no supper that night. We must follow the leaders.
In every good thing.
Nay, if they lead into any ill, I will leave them at the next turning.
Sure, my brother is amorous on Hero, and hath withdrawn her father to break with him about it. The ladies follow her, and but one visor remains.
And that's Claudio. I know him by his bearing.
Are you not Signor Benedict?
You know me well. I am he.
Signor, you are very near my brother in his love. He is enamored on Hero. I pray you dissuade him from her. She is no equal for his birth. You may do the part of an honest man in it.
How know you he loves her?
I heard him swear his affection.
So did I too. He swore he would marry her tonight.
Come, let us to banquet.
Thus answer I in the name of Benedict. But hear these ill news with the ears of Claudio. 'Tis certain so, the prince woos for himself. Friendship is constant in all other things, save in the office and affairs of love. Therefore all hearts in love use their own tongues. Let every eye negotiate for itself and trust no agent. For beauty is a witch, against whose charms faith melteth in the blood. This is an accident of hourly proof, which I mistrusted not. Farewell, therefore, Hero.
Count Claudio?
Yea, the same.
Come, will you go with me?
Whither?
Even to the next willow, about your own business, County. What fashion we wear the garland of? About your neck, like a usurer's chain, or under your arm, like a lieutenant's scarf? You must wear it one way, for the prince hath got your hero.
I wish him joy of her.
Why, that's spoken like an honest drover. So they sell bullocks. But did you think the prince would have served you thus?
I pray you leave me.
Oh, now you strike like the blind man. 'Twas the boy that stole your meat, and you'll beat the post.
If it will not be, I'll leave you.
Alas, poor hurt fowl. Now will he creep into sedges. But that my Lady Beatrice should know me, and not know me. The prince is fool. Ha! It may be I go under that title because I am merry. Yea, but so I am apt to do myself wrong. I am not so reputed. It is the base, though bitter, disposition of Beatrice that puts the world into her person and so gives me out. Well, I'll be revenged as I may.
Now, Signor, where is the Count? Did you see him?
Troth, my lord, I have played the part of Lady Fame. I found him here as melancholy as a lodge in a warren. I told him, and I think I told him true, that your grace had got the goodwill of this young lady, and I offered him my company to a willow tree, either to make him a garland, as being forsaken, or to bind him up a rod, as being worthy to be whipped.
To be whipped? What's his fault?
The flat transgression of a schoolboy who, being overjoyed with finding a bird's nest, shows it his companion, and he steals it.
Wilt thou make trust a transgression? The transgression is in the stealer.
Yet it had not been amiss the rod had been made, and the garland too, for the garland he might have worn himself, and the rod he might have bestowed on you, who, as I take it, have stolen his bird's nest.
I will but teach them to sing and restore them to the owner.
If their singing answer your saying, by my faith, you say honestly.
The Lady Beatrice hath a quarrel to you. The gentleman that danced with her told her she is much wronged by you.
Oh, she misused me past the endurance of a block. An oak but with one green leaf on it would have answered her. My very visor began to assume life and scold with her. She told me, not thinking I had been myself, that I was the prince's jester, that I was duller than a great thaw, holding jest upon jest with such impossible conveyance upon me that I stood like a man at a mark, with a whole army shooting at me. She speaks poniards, and every word stabs. If her breath were as terrible as her terminations, there were no living near her. She would infect to the North Star. I would not marry her, though she were endowed with all that Adam had left him before he transgressed. She would have made Hercules have turned spit, yea, and have cleft his club to make the fire too. Come, talk not of her. You shall find her the infernal 8 in good apparel. I would to God some scholar would conjure her, for certainly while she is here, a man may live as quiet in hell as in a sanctuary, and people sin upon purpose because they would go thither. So, indeed, all disquiet, horror, and perturbation follows her.
Ah, look, here she comes.
Will your grace command me any service to the world's end? I will go on the slightest errand now to the antipodes that you can devise to send me on. I will fetch you a tooth-picker now from the furthest inch of Asia, bring you the length of Prester John's foot, fetch you a hair off the great Cham's beard, do you any embassage to the pygmies, rather than hold 3 words conference with this harpy. You have no employment for me?
None, but to desire your good company.
Oh, God, sir, here's a dish I love not. I cannot endure my lady tongue.
Come, lady, come. You have lost the heart of Signor Benedick.
Indeed, my lord. He lent it me a while, and I gave him use for it. A double heart for his single one. Marry, once before he won it of me with false dice. Therefore, your grace may well say I have lost it.
You have put him down, lady. You have put him down.
So I would not he should do me, my lord, lest I should prove the mother of fools. I have brought Count Claudio, whom you sent me to seek.
Why, how now, Count? Wherefore are you sad?
Not sad, my lord.
Well then, sick?
Neither, my lord.
The Count is neither sad nor sick, nor merry nor well, but civil Count. civil as an orange, and something of that jealous complexion.
In faith, lady, I think your blazon to be true, though I'll be sworn if he be so, his conceit is false. Here, Claudio, I have wooed in thy name, and fair hero is won. I broke with her father, and his good will obtained. Name the day of marriage, and God give thee joy.
Leonato, darling, you're muted.
Of course. Count, take of me my daughter, and with her my fortunes. His grace hath made the match, and all grace say amen to it.
Speak, Count, 'tis her cue.
Silence is the perfectest herald of joy. I were but little happy if I could say how much. Lady, you are mine. I am yours. I give away myself for you and dote upon the exchange.
Speak, cousin, or if you cannot, stop his mouth with a kiss and let him not speak neither.
In faith, lady, you have a merry heart.
Yea, my lord, I think it. Poor fool, for it keeps on the windy side of care. My cousin tells him in his ear that he is in her heart.
And so she doth, cousin.
Good Lord, for alliance, thus goes everyone to the world but I, and I am sunburnt. I may sit in a corner and cry, hey ho, for a husband.
Lady Beatrice, I will get you one.
I would rather have one of your father's getting. Hath your grace ne'er a brother like you? Your father got excellent husbands if a maid could come by them.
Will you have me, lady?
No, no, my lord. Unless I might have another for working days. Your grace is too costly to wear every day. But I beseech your grace to pardon me. I was born to speak all mirth and no matter.
Your silence most offends me, and to be merry best becomes you, for out of question you were born in a merry hour.
No, sure, my lord, my mother cried. But then there was a star danced, and under that I was born. Cousins, God give you joy.
Niece, will you look on those things I told you of?
I cry you mercy, uncle, by your grace's pardon.
By my troth, a pleasant-spirited lady.
There's little of the melancholy element in her, my lord. She's never sad but when she sleeps, and not ever sad then, for I've heard my daughter say she hath often dreamed of unhappiness and waked herself with laughter.
She cannot endure to hear tell of a husband.
No, by no means. She mocks all her wooers out of suit.
She were an excellent wife for Benedict.
Oh, Lord, my lord, if they were but a week married, they would talk themselves mad.
Count Claudio, when mean you to go to church?
Tomorrow, my lord. Time goes on crutches till love have all its rights.
Not till Monday, my dear son, which is hence just 7 nights, and a time too brief, too, to have all things answer my mind.
Come, you shake the head at so long a breathing, but I warrant thee, Claudio, the time shall not go dully by us. I will in the interim undertake one of Hercules' labors, which is to bring Signor Benedict and the Lady Beatrice into a mountain of affection, the one with the other. I would fain have the match, and I doubt not but to fashion it, if you three will but minister such assistance as I shall give you direction.
My lord, I am for you, though it cost me 10 nights' watchings.
And I, my lord.
And you too, gentle hero.
I will do any modest office, my lord, to help my cousin to a good husband.
And Benedict is not the most unhopefulest husband that I know. Thus far can I praise him. He is of a noble strain, of approved valor and confirmed honesty. I will teach you how to humor your cousin, that she shall fall in love with Benedict. And I, with your two helps, will so practice on Benedict that, in despite of his quick wit and his queasy stomach, he shall fall in love with Beatrice. If we can do this, Cupid is no longer an archer. His glory shall be ours, for we are the only love gods. Go in with me, and I will tell you my drift.
All right. That is the end of Act 2, Scene 1. We're on to Act 2, Scene 2.
It is so. Count Claudio shall marry the daughter of Leonato.
Yeah, my lord, but I can cross it.
Any bar, any cross, any impediment will be medicinable to me. I am sick in displeasure to him, and whatsoever comes athwart his affection ranges evenly with mine. How canst thou cross this marriage?
Not honestly, my lord, but so covertly that no dishonesty shall appear in me.
Show me briefly how.
I think I told your lordship a year since how much I am in the favor of Margaret, the waiting gentlewoman of Hero.
Oh, I remember.
I can, at any unseasonable instance of the night, appoint her to look out her lady's chamber window.
What life is in that to be the death of this marriage?
The poison that lies in you to temper. Go you to the prince her brother. Spare not to tell him that he hath wronged his honor in marrying the renowned Claudio, whose estimation you do mightily hold up to contaminable stale, such a one as Hero.
What proof shall I make of that?
Proof enough to misuse the prince, to vex Claudio, to undo Hero, to kill Leonato. Look you for any other issue?
Only to despite them. I will endeavor anything.
Go then. Find me a meet hour to draw Don Pedro and the Count Claudio alone. Tell them that you know that Hero loves me. Intend a kind of zeal both to the prince and Claudio, as in love of your brother's honor, who hath made this match, and his friend's reputation, who is thus like to be cozened with the same semblance of a maid that you have discovered thus. They will scarcely believe this without trial. Offer them instances which shall bear no less likelihood than to see me at her chamber window, hear me call Margaret Hero, hear Margaret term me Claudio, and bring them to see this the very night before the intended wedding. For in the meantime, I will so fashion the matter that Hero shall be absent, and there shall appear such a seeming of truth of Hero's disloyalty that jealousy shall be called assurance, and all preparation overthrown.
Throw this to what adverse issue it can. I will put it in practice. Be cunning in the working of this, and thy fee is 1,000 ducats.
Be you constant in the accusation. My cunning shall not shame me.
I will presently go learn the day of their marriage.
Oh man, those laughs at the end. But we're at the end of Act 2, Scene 2, and we're on to Act 2, Scene 3.
Boy!
Signor.
In my chamber window lies a book. Bring it hither to me in the orchard.
But I am here already, sir.
I know that, but I would have thee hence and here again. I do so much wonder that one man, seeing how much another man is a fool when he dedicates his behaviors to love, will, after he hath laughed at such shallow follies in others, become the argument of his own scorn by falling in love. And such a man is Claudio. I have known when there was no music with him but the drum and the fife, and now had he rather hear the tabor and the pipe. I have known when he would have walked 10 miles afoot to see a good armor, and now will he lie 10 nights awake carving the fashion of a new doublet. He was wont to speak plain and to the purpose, like an honest man and a soldier, and now is he turned to orthography. His words are a very fantastical banquet, just so many strange dishes. May I be so converted and see with these eyes? I cannot tell. I think not. I will not be sworn, but love may transform me to an oyster. But I'll take my oath on it. Till he have made an oyster of me, he shall never make me such a fool. One woman is fair, yet I am well. Another is wise, yet I am well. Another virtuous, yet I am well. But till all graces be in one woman shall not come in my grace. Rich she shall be, that's certain. Wise, or I'll none. Virtuous, or I'll never cheapen her. Fair, or I'll never look on her. Mild, or come not near me. Noble, or not I for an angel. Of good discourse, an excellent musician, and her hair shall be of what color it please God. Ah, the prince and Monsieur Love. I will hide me in the arbor.
Come, shall we hear this music?
Yea, my good lord. How still the evening is, as hushed on purpose to grace harmony.
See you where Benedict hath hid himself.
Oh, very well, my lord. The music ended. We'll fit the kid fox for the pennyworth.
Come, Balthazar, we'll hear that song again.
Oh, good, my lord. Tax not so bad a voice to slander music any more than once.
It is the witness still of excellency to put a strange face on his own perfection. I pray thee sing, and let me woo no more.
Because you talk of wooing, I will sing. Since many a wooer doth commence his suit, to her he thinks not worthy. Yet he woos, yet will he swear he loves.
Nay, pray thee come, or if thou wilt hold longer argument, to do it in notes.
Note this before my notes. There's not a note of mine that's worth the noting.
Ah, why, these are the very clichés that he speaks. Notes, forsooth, and nothing.
Now, divine air, now is his soul ravished. Is it not strange that sheep's guts should hale souls out of men's bodies? Well, horn for my money when all's done.
Sigh no more, ladies, sigh no more. Men were deceivers ever. One foot in sea and one on shore. To one thing constant ever. Then sigh not so, but let them go, and be you blithe and bonny, converting all your sounds of woe into hey, nanny, nanny. Sing no more ditties, sing no more of dumps so dull and heavy. The fraud of men was ever so, since summer first was levied. Then sigh not so, but let them go, and be you blithe and bonny, converting all your sounds of woe into hey, nanny, nanny.
By my troth, a good song.
And an ill singer, my lord.
No, faith, thou singst well enough for a shift.
And he had been a dog that should have howled thus, they would have hanged him. And I pray God his bad voice bode no mischief. I had as lief had heard the night raven, come what plague could have come after it.
Yea, Mary, dost thou hear, Balthazar? I pray thee, give us some excellent music, for tomorrow night we would have it at the Lady Hero's chamber window.
The best I can, my lord.
Do so. Farewell. Come hither, Leonato. What was it you told me of today, that your niece Beatrice was in love with Signor Benedict?
Oh, aye. Stalk on, the foul sits. I did never think that lady would have loved any man.
No, nor I neither, but most wonderful that she should so dote on Signor Benedict, whom she hath in all outward behaviors seemed ever to abhor.
Is't possible? Sits the wind in that corner?
By my troth, my lord, I cannot tell what to think of it, but that she loves him with an enraged affection is past the infinite of thought.
Maybe she doth but counterfeit.
Faith, like enough.
Oh, God, counterfeit. There was never counterfeit of passion came so near the life of passion as she discovers it.
Why, what effects of passion shows she?
Bait the hook well. This fish will bite.
What effects, my lord? She will sit you. You heard my daughter tell you how.
She did indeed.
How, I pray you? You amaze me. I would have thought her spirit had been invincible against all assaults of affection.
I would have sworn it had, my lord, especially against Benedict.
I should think this a Gaul, but that the white-bearded fellow speaks it. Knavery cannot, sure, hide himself in such reverence.
He hath taken the infection. Hold it up.
Hath she made her affection known to Benedict?
No, and swears she never will. That's her torment.
'Tis true indeed. So your daughter says, shall I, says she, that have so often countered him with scorn, write to him that I love him.
This says she now when she is beginning to write to him, for she'll be up 20 times a night, and there she'll sit in her smock till she have writ a sheet of paper. My daughter tells us all.
Now you talk of a sheet of paper. I remember a pretty jest your daughter told.
Oh, when she had writ it and was reading it over, she found Benedict and Beatrice between the sheets.
That.
She tore the letter into 1,000 halfpence, railed at herself that she should be so immodest to write that one that she knew would flout her. I measure him, says she, by my own spirit, for I should flout him if he writ to me, yea, though I love him, I should.
Then she, down upon her knees, she falls, weeps, sobs, beats her heart, tears her hair, prays, curses. Oh, sweet Benedict, God give me patience.
She doth indeed. My daughter says so. And the ecstasy hath so much overborne her that my daughter is sometime afeard she will do a desperate outrage to herself. It is very true.
It were good that Benedict knew of it by some other, if she will not discover it.
To what end? He would make but sport of it and torment the poor lady worse.
And he should, it were an alms to hang him. She is an excellent sweet lady, and out of all suspicion she is virtuous.
And she is exceeding wise.
In everything but in loving Benedict.
My lord, wisdom and blood combating in so tender a body, we have 10 proofs to 1 that blood hath the victory. I'm sorry for her, as I have just cause, being her uncle and her guardian.
I would she had bestowed this dotage on me. I would have daffed all other respects and made her half myself. I pray you Benedict of it, and hear what he will say.
We're good, think you?
Hero thinks surely she will die, for she says she will die if he love her not, and she will die ere she make her love known, and she will die if he woo her rather than she will bate one breath of her accustomed crossness.
She doth well. If she should make tender of her love, 'tis very possible he'll scorn it, for the man, as you know all, have a contemptible spirit.
He is a very proper man.
He hath indeed a good outward happiness.
Before God, and in my mind, very wise.
He doth indeed show some sparks that are like wit.
And I take him to be valiant.
As Hector, I assure you, and in the managing of quarrels, you may say he is wise, for either he avoids them with great discretion, or undertakes them with a most Christian-like fear.
If he do fear God, he must necessarily keep peace. If he break the peace, he ought to enter into quarrel with fear and trembling.
And so he will do, for the man doth fear God, howsoever it seems not in him by some large jests he will make. Well, I am sorry for your niece. Shall we go seek Benedict and tell him of her love?
Will never tell him, my lord. Let her wear it out with good counsel.
Nay, that's impossible. She may wear her heart out first.
Well, we will hear further of it by your daughter. Let it cool the while. I love Benedict well, and I could wish he would modestly examine himself to see how much he is unworthy so good a lady.
My lord, will you walk? Dinner is ready.
If he do not dote on her upon this, I will never trust my expectation.
Let there be the same net spread for her, and that must your daughter and her gentlewomen carry. The sport will be when they hold one an opinion of another's dotage, and no such matter. That's the scene that I would see, which will be merely a dumb show. Let us send her to call him into dinner.
This can be no trick. The conference was sadly They seem to pity the lady. It seems her affections have their full bent. Love me? Why, then it must be requited. I hear how I am censured. They say I will bear myself proudly if I perceive the love come from her. They say, too, that she will rather die than give any sign of affection. I did never think to marry. It must not seem proud. Happy are they that hear their detractions and can put them to mending. They say the lady is fair. 'Tis a truth. I can bear them witness. And virtuous. 'Tis so. I cannot reprove it. And wise, but for loving me, by my troth. It is no addition to her wit, nor so great argument of her folly, for I will be horribly in love with her. I may chance have some odd quirks and remnants of wit broken on me because I have railed so long against marriage. But a man loves the meat in his youth that he cannot endure in his age. Shall quips and sentences and these paper bullets of the brain awe a man from the career of his humor? No! The world must be peopled! When I said I would die a bachelor, I did not think I should live till I were married. Oh, here comes Beatrice. By this day, she's a fair lady. I do spy some marks of love in her.
Against my will, I am sent to bid you come in to dinner.
Fair Beatrice, I thank you for your pains.
I took no more pains for those things than you take pains to thank me. If it had been painful, I would not have come.
You take pleasure, then, in the message?
Yea, just so much as you may take upon a knife's point and choke a daw withal. You have no stomach, signor. Fare you well.
Against my will, I am sent to bid you come in to dinner. Oh, there's a double meaning in that. I took no more pains for those thanks than you took pains to thank me. Well, that's as much to say any pains that I take for you is as easy as thanks. Oh, if I do not take pity of her, I am the villain. If I do not love her, I am a Jew. I will go get her picture.
All right, and that is the end of Act 2.
Just so much. Okay, what do we say first? All right.
Singing?
Balthazar singing, amazing.
So where did that come from?
we will all put "Hey Nani Nani" on everything now.
Dragon, get on that.
I'll never not hear the click and the wink with the "Hey Nani Nanis" again. I did catch Benedict fake tasking in the garden, so watch out there, because
the plant
was fake tasking.
Yeah.
The whole time, just like the fact that at varying stages it would catch the green or catch the virtual background and not. So yeah, Benedict's disguise game super strong today. Can we talk about how I also want, if we're doing I guess the Finn cut of Much Ado About Nothing, if any studios want to call me about directing my own cut of the show, just let me know. I've got a lot of ideas. But I want to see just like one throwaway shot of the boy coming back with the book. And like, where the heck did Benedict go? Or even Benedict turning around to leave this scene and running into the boy. And he's like, but what?
There was the David Tennant, Catherine Tate performance of this.
Oh, nice. I need
boy
that.
Comes back while they're like having the conversation and Benedict is hiding, and the boy keeps like holding the book out to him, standing in plain sight, and Benedict's like swatting at him to go away. It's so good.
All right, everyone who knew about this David Tennant, Catherine Tate version, I don't know why you didn't let me know about this, because I need this in my life.
Are you bothered?
Or
It's
me.
utter brilliance.
Or me.
of
I
Sid
didn't,
Claudius.
I didn't even know about this.
I need because
portrayal of
David
Benedict
Tennant,
I've ever
Catherine
seen.
Tate, the Whovian in me just like exploded when you
Me
said
too.
those names in connection to my favorite Shaky show.
All
To be
available
fair,
on YouTube.
Finn, you know all the things already, so we thought you knew.
Well,
They changed it.
and now we've planned it out for tomorrow. Like you guys have just solidified Finn's day tomorrow.
And then just think about who they're actually playing.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah, I need this in my life.
You can watch it on
So-
YouTube, just so you know.
You can? When did they put it on YouTube?
Yeah, you just type in Much Ado About Nothing, David Tennant, and there's a part 1 and a part 2.
Already there.
Honestly, if you just type in Much Ado About Nothing, it's one of the first things that comes up.
Yeah.
Yep.
I, honestly, to all of you that said you all thought that I knew, I really should have, and I am upset with myself. But we'll rectify this quickly. Anyways, that ends Act 2 for us. So this is normally where we put our intermission. So this is the time for you to refresh yourself, have a visit to whatever facilities you need to frequent, and we will be back here in, my dear Babs, should we say 15 or 20?
Let's make it an even 15, which brings us back at 8:30.
Very well. We'll see all
And-
you lovely people.
Well, before we go to break, we are still raising money for the Actors Fund. All of us here are actors, performers to some degree, so this is something that's very near and dear to our hearts because we know the struggles that it is to be an actor. And when you've worked your life to get to a spot to be self-sufficient and be able to do what you love and it actually get to be your job, and then something like this happens and everything shuts down, there's no preparing for that. And so, we just want to help those because that's almost the entire reason that this show even came to be, is giving a virtual stage to those that didn't have a stage. And we...
Especially considering now they're the later opening that they've announced.
And it just keeps getting pushed, and it really sucks. I have friends that are theme park actors. I have friends who are professional stage actors, and so we just want to help where we can. The link to donate is in the chat. We've raised y'all, I just checked it a second ago and now it's gone up. We've raised $80 so far. So even if you can't donate, I know 2020 has been a suck fest for all of us. So even if you can't donate, please share the link around, because sharing is caring and sharing is free. So, but with that, I will get off my little producer soapbox, and we're gonna go to break, and we'll be back at 8:30.
And to say one more thing about the donation and the charity tonight, there is no minimum donation.
There is not a minimum donation.
If you can give anything at all, just a buck or two,
Yeah.
just add another
Everything
buck or two to the
helps.
pile. If we get everyone giving a little, we end up giving a lot.
Yes. Thank you guys. We'll see you in about 15 minutes.
Thank you, 15. And welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you're very well refreshed. I know our cast is giggly and ready to roll again. Okay, so if everyone is excited for some more of these shenanigans and sussery that we have from Beatrice and Beadic, then and all the cast of Merry Crew, then let's just get right to it. So, dear lovely cast, let's go to Act 3, Scene 1.
Good Margaret, run thee to the parlor. There shalt thou find my cousin Beatrice proposing with the Prince and Claudio. Whisper her ear and tell her I and Ursula walk in the orchard, and our whole discourse is all of her. Say that thou overheardst us, and bid her steal into the pleached bower where honeysuckles ripened by the sun forbid the sun to enter, like favorites made proud by princes that advance their pride against that power that bred it. There will she hide her to listen our propose. This is thy office. Bear thee well in it, and leave us alone.
I'll make her come. I warrant you presently.
Now, Ursula, when Beatrice doth come, as we do Traces Alley up and down, our talk must only be of Benedick. When I do name him, let it be thy part to praise him more than ever man did merit. My talk to thee must be how Benedick is sick in love with Beatrice. Of this matter is little Cupid's crafty arrow made, that only wounds by hearsay. Now begin, for look where Beatrice like a lapwing runs close by the ground to hear our conference.
The pleasantest angling is to see the fish cut with her golden oars the silver stream, and greedily devour the treacherous bait. So angle we for Beatrice, who even now is couched in the woodbine coverture. Fear you not my part in the dialogue.
Then go we near her, that her ear lose nothing of the false sweet bait that we lay for it. No, truly, Ursula, she is too disdainful. I know her spirits are as coy and wild as haggards of the rock.
But are you sure that Benedick loves Beatrice so entirely?
So says the prince, and my betrothed lord.
And did they bid you tell her of it, madam?
They did entreat me to acquaint her of it, but I persuaded them, if they loved Benedick, to wish him wrestle with affection, and never to let Beatrice know of it.
Why did you so? Doth not the gentleman deserve as full a fortunate a bed as Beatrice shall couch upon?
Oh, God of love! I know he doth deserve as much as may be yielded to a man. But nature never framed a woman's heart of prouder stuff than that of Beatrice. Disdain and scorn ride sparkling in her eyes, misprizing what they look on, and her wit values itself so highly that to her all matter else seems weak. She cannot love, nor take no shape nor project of affection. She is so self-endeared.
Sure, I think so, and therefore certainly it were not good. She knew his love, lest she make sport at it.
Why, you speak truth. I never yet saw a man how wise, how noble young, how rarely featured, but she would spell him backward. If fair-faced, she would swear the gentleman should be her sister. If black, why nature drawing of an antic made a foul blot. If tall, a lance ill-headed. If low, an agate very vilely cut. If speaking, why a vein blown with all winds. If silent, why a block moved with none. So turns she every man the wrong side out, and never gives to truth and virtue that which simpleness and merit purchaseth.
Sure, such carping is not commendable.
No, not to be so odd and from all fashions as Beatrice is cannot be commendable. But who dare tell her so? If I should speak, she would mock me into air. Oh, she would laugh me out of myself, press me to death with wit. Therefore, let Benedick like covered fire consume away in sighs, waste inwardly. It were a better death than die with mocks, which is as bad as die with tickling.
Yet tell her of it. Hear what she will say.
No, rather, I will go to Benedict and counsel him to fight against his passion, and truly, I'll devise some honest slanders to stain my cousin with. One doth not know how much an ill word may empoison liking.
Oh, do not do your cousin such a wrong. She cannot be so much without true judgment, having so swift and excellent a wit as she is prized to have, as to refuse so rare a gentleman as Signor Benedict.
He is the only man of Italy. Always accepted, my dear Claudio.
I pray you, be not angry with me, madam, speaking my fancy. Signor Benedict, for shape, for bearing, argument, and valor, goes foremost in report through Italy.
Indeed, he hath an excellent good name.
His excellence did earn it, ere he had it. When are you married, madam?
Why, every day. Tomorrow. Come, go in. I'll show thee some attires, and have thy counsel which is the best to furnish me tomorrow.
She's limed, I warn you. We've caught her, madam.
If it proves so, then loving goes by haps. Some Cupid kills with arrows, some with traps.
What? Fire is in mine ears. Can this be true? Stand I condemned for pride and scorn so much? Contempt, farewell, and maiden pride, adieu. No glory lives behind the back of such, and Benedict, love on, I will requite thee, taming my wild heart to thy loving hand. If thou dost love, my kindness shall incite thee to bind our loves up in a holy band. For others thou say thou dost deserve, and I believe it better than reportingly.
All right, and that is the end of Act 3, Scene 1. We're on to Act 3, Scene 2.
I do but stay till your marriage be consummate, and then I go toward Aragon.
I'll bring you thither, my lord, if you'll vouchsafe me.
Nay, that would be as great a soil in the new glass of your marriage as to show a child his new coat and forbid him to wear it. I will only be bold with Benedict for his company, for from the crown of his head to the sole of his foot he is all mirth. He hath twice or thrice cut Cupid's bowstring, and the little hangman dare not shoot at him. He hath a heart as sound as a bell, and his tongue is the clapper, for what his heart thinks, his tongue speaks.
Gallants, I am not as I have been.
So say I. Methinks you are sadder.
I hope he be in love.
Hang him, truant. There's no true drop of blood in him to be truly touched with love. If he be sad, he wants money.
I have the toothache.
Draw it.
Hang it.
You must hang it first and draw it afterwards.
What, sigh for the toothache?
There's but a humor or worm.
Well, everyone can master a grief, but he that has it.
Yet say I, he is in love.
There is no appearance of fancy in him, unless it be a fancy that he hath to strange disguises, as to be a Dutchman today, a Frenchman tomorrow, or in the shape of two countries at once, as a German from the waist downward, all slops, and a Spaniard from the hip upward, no doublet. Unless he have a fancy to this foolery, as it appears he hath, he is no fool for fancy, as you would have it appear he is.
If he be not in love with some woman, there is no believing old signs. He brushes his hat o' mornings. What should that bode?
Hath any man seen him at the barber's?
No, but the barber's man hath been seen with him, and the old ornament of his cheek hath already stuffed tennis balls.
Indeed, he looks younger than he did by the loss of a beard.
Nay, he rubs himself with civet. Can you smell him out by that?
That's as much to say, the sweet youth's in love.
The greatest note of it is in his melancholy.
And when was he wont to wash his face?
Yea, to paint himself, for the which I hear what they say of him.
Nay, but his jesting spirit, which is now crept into a lute string, and now governed by stops.
Indeed, that tells a heavy tale for him. Conclude, he is in love.
Nay, but I know who loves him.
That would I know too. I warned one that knows him not.
Yes, and his ill conditions, and in despite of all, dies for him.
She shall be buried with her face upwards.
Yet is this no charm for the toothache. Old Signor, walk aside with me. I have studied 8 or 9 wise words to speak to you, which these hobby horses must not hear.
For my life to break with him about Beatrice.
'Tis even so. Hero and Margaret have by this played their parts with Beatrice, and then the two bears will not bite one another when they meet.
My lord and brother.
Good in, brother.
Save you.
Good in, brother.
If your leisure served, I would speak with you.
In private?
If it please you. Yet Count Claudio may hear, for what I would speak of concerns him.
What is the matter?
Means your lordship to be married tomorrow?
You know he does.
I know not that when he knows what I know.
If there be any impediment, I pray you discover it.
You may think I love you not, but let that appear hereafter, and aim better at me by that I now will manifest. For my brother, I think he holds you well, and in dearness of heart hath hope to effect your ensuing marriage. Surely suit ill spent and labor ill bestowed.
Why? What is the matter?
I came hither to tell you, and circumstances shorten, for she has been too long a talking of. The lady is disloyal.
Who, Hero?
Even she. Leonato's hero, your hero, every man's hero.
Disloyal?
Oh, the word is too good to paint out her wickedness. I could say she were worse. Think you of a worse title, and I will fit it to her. Wonder not till further warrant. Go but with me tonight. You shall see her. Chamber window entered, even the night before her wedding day. If you love her then, tomorrow wed her. But it would better fit your honor to change your mind.
May this be so?
I will not think it.
Well, if you dare not trust that you see, confess not that you know. If you will follow me, I will show you enough. And when you have seen more and heard more, proceed accordingly.
If I see anything tonight, why I should not marry her. Tomorrow in the congregation where I should wed, there will I shame her.
And as I would for thee to obtain her, I will join with thee to disgrace her.
I will disparage her no farther till you are my witnesses. Bear it coldly but till midnight, and let the issue show itself.
Oh, day untowardly turned.
Oh, mischief strangely thwarting.
Oh, plague right well prevented. So, will you say when you have seen the sequel?
Stop being so creepy. All right. Anyways, on to Act 3, Scene 3. I apologize for my dog squeaking in the background.
Oh, I thought you were saying I was your dog.
Right. Are you good men and true?
Yeah, or else or pity, but they should suffer salvation, body and soul.
Nay, that punishment too good for 'em. If they should have any allegiance in them, being chosen for the prince's watch.
Well, Give them their charge, neighbor Dogberry.
First, who think you the most desertless man to be constable?
You Oatcake, sir, or George C. Cole, for they can write and read.
Come hither, neighbour C. Cole. God hath blessed you with a good name. To be a well-favoured man is a gift of fortune, but to write and read comes by nature.
Both which, Master Constable.
You have! I knew it would be your answer. Well, for your favour, sir, why, give God thanks and make no boast of it. And for your writing and reading, let that appear when there's no need of such vanity. You are thought here to be the most senseless and fit man for the constable of the watch, and therefore you bear the lantern. This is your charge. You shall comprehend all vagrom men. You are to bid any man stand in the prince's name.
How if he will not stand?
Why, then take no note of him, but let him go, and presently call the rest of the watch together, and thank God you are rid of a knave.
If he will not stand when he is bidden, he is none of the prince's subjects.
True, and they are to meddle with none but the prince's subjects. You shall also make no noise in the streets, for the watch to bobble and to talk is most tolerable and shall not be endured.
We will rather sleep than talk. We know what belongs to a watch.
Why, you speak like an ancient and most quiet watchman, for I cannot see how sleeping should offend. Only have care that your bills be not stolen. Well, you are called at the alehouse and bid those that are drunk get them to bed.
How if they will not?
Oh, why then let them alone till they are sober. If they make you not, then the better answer. You may say they are not the men you took them for.
Well, sir.
If you meet a thief, you may suspect him, by virtue of your office, to be no true man, and for such kind men, the less you meddle or make with him, the more is for your honesty.
If we know him to be a thief, shall we not lay hands on him?
Truly, by your office you may, but I think that they touch pitch will be defiled. The most peaceable way for you, if you do take a thief, is to let him show himself what he is and steal out of your company.
You have always called a merciful man, partner.
Truly, I would not hang a dog by my will, much more a man who hath any honesty in him.
If you hear a child cry in the night, you must call to the nurse and bid her still it.
How if the nurse be asleep and will not hear us?
Why, then depart in peace and let the child wake her with crying, so that you that will not hear her laugh when it bays, will never answer a cough when he bleats.
'Tis very true.
This is the end of the charge. You, constable, are to present the prince's own person. If you meet the prince in the night, you may stay him.
Nay, by our lady, that I think he cannot.
5 shillings to 1 on it with any man that knows the statutes. He may stay him. Marry not without the prince be willing, for indeed the watch ought to offend no man, and it is an offence to stay a man against his will.
By our lady, I think it be so.
Well, masters, good night. And there be any matter of weight chances, call me up. Keep your fellows' counsels and your own, and good night. Come, neighbour.
Well, masters, we hear our charge. Let us go sit here upon the church bench till 2, and then all to bed.
Oh, one word more, honest neighbours. I pray you watch about Signor Leonato's door, for the wedding being there tomorrow, there is great coil tonight. And you, be vigilant, I beseech you.
What, Conrad?
Finn, darling, you're muted.
Pizza! Stir not!
Conrad, I say,
Here, man, I am at thy elbow.
Mass! And my elbow itched. I thought there a scab would follow.
I will owe thee an answer for that. And now forward with thy tale.
Stand me close then, under this penthouse for a drizzle's rain, and I will, like a true drunkard, utter all to thee.
Treason, masters. Stand close.
Therefore, know I have earned of Don John 1,000 ducats.
Is it possible that any villainy should be so dear?
Thou shouldst rather ask if it were possible any villainy should be so rich. For when rich villains have need of poor ones may make what price they will.
I wonder at it.
That shows thou art unconfirmed. Thou knowest that the fashion of a doublet or a hat or a cloak is nothing to a man.
Yes, it is apparel.
I mean the fashion.
Yes, the fashion is the fashion.
Ugh. I may as well say the fool's the fool. But seest thou not what a deformed thief this fashion is?
I know that deformed. He has been a vile thief this 7 year. He goes up and down like a gentleman. I remember his name.
Dost thou not hear somebody?
No, 'twas the vein on the house.
Seest thou not? I say what a deformed thief this fashion is. How giddily he turns about all the hot bloods between 14 and 5 and 30, sometimes fashioning them like Pharaoh's soldiers in the Ricci painting, sometimes like God Bel's priests in the old church window, sometimes like the shaven Hercules in smirched worm-eaten tapestry, where his codpiece seems as massy as his club.
All this I see, and I see that the fashion wears out more apparel than the man. But art not thou thyself giddy with this fashion too, that thou hast shifted out of thy tale into telling me of the fashion?
Not so, neither. But know that I have tonight wooed Margaret, the Lady Hero's gentlewoman, by the name of Hero. She leans me out her mistress's chamber window, bids me 1,000 times good night. I tell this tale vilely. I should first tell thee how the prince Claudio and my master, planted and placed and possessed by my master Don John, saw afar off in the orchard this amiable encounter.
And thought they Margaret was Hero?
2 of them dead, the prince and Claudio, but the devil, my master, knew she was Margaret, and partly by his oaths, which first professed them, partly by the dark night, which did deceive them, but chiefly by my villainy, which did confirm any slander that Don John had made. Away went Claudio enraged, swore he would meet her as he was appointed the next morning at the temple, and there, before the whole congregation, shame her with what he saw or night, and send her home again without a husband.
We charge you in the prince's name.
Call up the right master constable. We have here recovered the most dangerous piece of lechery that ever was known in the Commonwealth.
And one deformed is one among them. He knows a lock.
Masters.
You'll be made to bring deformed forth. I want you.
Masters, never speak, we charge you. Let us obey you. Go with us.
We're like to prove a goodly commodity being taken up by these men's bills.
A commodity in question, I warrant you. Come, we'll obey you.
Ugh.
All right, we are on to Act 3, Scene 4.
Good Ursula, wake my cousin Beatrice and desire her to rise.
I will, lady.
And bid her come hither.
Well.
Troth, I think your other rabato were better.
No, pray thee, good Meg. I'll wear this.
By my troth's not so good. I warrant your cousin will say so.
My cousin's a fool, and thou art another. I'll wear none but this.
I like the new tire with an excellency. If the hair weren't a little browner and your gown's most rare fashion. I faith, I saw the Duchess of Milan's gown that they praise so.
Oh, that exceeds, they say.
By my troth's but a nightgown in respect to yours. Cloth of gold and cuts and laced with silver, set with pearls, down sleeves, side sleeves, and skirts, round underborne with a bluish tinsel. But for a fine, quaint, graceful, and excellent fashion, yours is worth 10 on it.
God give me joy to wear it, for my heart is exceeding heavy.
'Twill be heavier soon by the weight of a man.
Fie upon thee! Art not ashamed?
Of what, lady? Of speaking honourably. Is not marriage honourable in a beggar? Is not your lord honourable without marriage? I think you would have me say, saving your reverence a husband, and bad thinking, do not rest true speaking. I'll offend nobody. Is there any harm in the heavier for a husband? None, I think, and it be right husband and the right wife. Otherwise, 'tis light, not heavy. Ask my lady Beatrice else. Here she comes.
Good morrow, cuz.
Good morrow, sweet hero.
Why, how now? Do you speak in the sick tune?
I am out of all other tune, methinks.
Claps into light of love. That goes without burden. Do you sing it and I'll dance it?
You light of love, with your heels. Then if your husband have stables enough, you'll see he shall lack no barns.
Oh, illegitimate construction. I scorn that with my heels.
'Tis almost 5 o'clock, cousin. 'Tis time you were ready. By my troth, I am exceedingly ill. Hey ho.
For a hawk, a horse, or a husband?
For the letter that begins them all, H.
Well, and you be not turned Turk. There's no more sailing by the star.
What means the fool, trow?
Nothing. But God send everyone their heart's desire.
These gloves the Count sent me, they are an excellent perfume.
I'm stuffed, cousin. I cannot smell.
A maid and stuffed. There's goodly catching of a cold.
God help me. God help me. How long have you professed apprehension?
Even since you left it. Doth not my wit become me rarely?
It is not seen enough. You should wear it in your cap. By my troth, I am sick.
Get you some of this distilled Cardus Benedictus and lay it on your heart. It's the only thing for a qualm.
There thou prickst her with the thistle.
Benedictus? Why Benedictus? You have some moral in this Benedictus?
Moral? No, by my troth, I have no moral meaning. I meant plain holy thistle. You may think, perchance, that I think you are in love. Nay, by our lady, I am not such a fool to think what I list, nor I list not to think what I can, nor indeed I cannot think, if I would think my heart out of thinking, that you are in love, or that you will be in love, or that you can be in love. Yet Benedict was such another, and now he is become a man. He swore he would never marry, yet now, in despite of his heart, he eats his meat without grudging. And how you may be converted, I know not, but methinks you look with your eyes as other women do.
What pace is this that thy tongue keeps?
Not a false gallop.
All right, and that's the, nope, just kidding. Sorry, guys. Madam, withdraw. The prince, the count, Signor Benedict, Don John, and all the gallants of the town are come to fetch you to church.
Address me, good cuz, good Meg, good Ursula.
All right, and now we are done with Act 3, Scene 4, and on to Act 3, Scene 5.
What would you with me, honest neighbor? Well?
Goblin, we can't quite hear you.
Damn, that was really good too. Mary, sir, I would have some confidence with you that discerns you nearly.
Brief, I pray you, for you see it is a busy time with me.
Oh, Mary, sir, that it is.
Yes, in truth it is, sir.
What is it, my good friends?
Goodman Verges, sir, speaks a little off the matter. An old man, sir, and his wits are not as blunt as God help. I would desire they were, but in faith, honest as the skin between his brows.
Yes, I thank God I am as honest as any man living that is an old man and no honester than I.
Comparisons are odorous. Pelibras, neighbor Verges.
Neighbors, you are tedious.
If it please your worship to say so, we are but we are the poor duke's officers. But truly, for mine own part, if I were as tedious as a king, I could find it in my heart to bestow it all upon your worship.
All thy tediousness on me, huh?
Yea, and for 1,000 pounds more than 'tis, for I hear a good exclamation on your worship, as of any man in the city. And though I be but a poor man, I'd be glad to hear it.
And so am I.
I would fain know what you have to say.
Mary, sir, I watched tonight, accepting your worship's presence, as taken a couple as errant names as any in Messina. I read the wrong line.
Continue on, dear Dogberry. We want to hear what you have to say.
A good old man, sir. He will be talking. As they say, when the age is in, the wit is out. God help us, it is a world to see. Well, said faith, neighbor Verges. Well, God's a good man. And 2 men ride of a horse, one must ride behind. An honest soul, if faith, sir, by my troth he is, as ever broke bread. But God is to be worshipped. All men are not alike, alas, good neighbor.
Indeed, neighbor. He comes too short of you.
Gifts that God gives.
I must leave you.
One word, sir. I watch, sir, have indeed comprehended 2 auspicious persons, and we would have them this morning examined before your worship.
Take their examination yourself and bring it me. I am now in great haste, as it may appear unto you.
It shall be suffigance.
Drink some wine ere you go. Fare you well.
Oh. My lord, they say for you to give your daughter to her husband.
I'll wait upon them. I am ready.
Go, good partner, go get you to Francis Seacole. Bid him to bring his pen and ink on to the jail. We are now to examine these men.
And we must do it wisely.
We will spare no wit, I warrant you. It is that his that shall drive some of them to a non-cum. Only get the learned writer to set down our excommunication and meet me at the jail.
All right, and that is the end of Act 3.
I'm so sorry about stealing your line.
What? So sorry, dear. We would not give up
bloopers
that
that keep
moment
us
for
here.
anything.
Might as well apologize for stealing the show while you're at it.
I don't know about that. Oh,
Oh, don't.
Oh, don't you play yourself down.
Oh, but you have, dear.
my hair's so big because it's full of secrets.
You get on the camera and every actor just goes, I'm out. I'm done.
That scenery, I'm just.
For those of you who are, if this is actually your first night with us on What Dreams May Come, we do humbly invite you to check out all the other shows this season, which have been so fun, so great. You can find the VODs here on Twitch and on Chaotic Tieflings channel, and you can find them on YouTube on Chaotic Tieflings channel there.
Not all of them are still on Twitch because Twitch kicks off the VODs after a certain amount of time, but they are all on YouTube.
They
which
are
I just
super all
linked.
on YouTube. And for those of you who think that these actors are killing these parts, you should see some of the other parts they have played over this season. Goblin Katie happens to be one of our thrice returning players, and if you think that she's nailing Dogberry, check out some Lady Capulet and check out some Sir Andrew.
Yes.
All good things.
Lady wears a beard like nobody else.
And I really could say, it sounds like I'm doing the PC, I love all my children equally kind of deal when I say I could say that about all of these guys, but I could say it about all of these guys because they bring it.
Let me just pop in and be a proud stage mom for a second.
Do it.
I love all of you, and you make my heart so happy. And I'm so glad that we have gotten to be on this journey together.
All right, let's save the sappy stuff.
Yeah,
for the
I know.
end.
We're not gonna get sappy right now.
all
We're gonna.
But
we're
before
gonna
we
save that for the end.
before we go to Act 4. So once
yes.
again, we should let everybody know. There's been some good stuff happening on the Tiltify, but please continue and do not forget to go donate to the Actors Fund. Dropped the link in the chat once more.
We are halfway to the goal.
Oh snaps!
Yep.
We're at $250.
Woohoo!
You guys are
amazing.
Thank you so much.
Okay, well then I
Alright.
guess let's actually call it. Let's actually
Act-
say.
Act 4. Let's go. Let's do it.
Good job, guys.
Come, Friar Francis, be brief. Only to the plain form of marriage, and you shall recount their particular duties afterwards.
You come hither, my lord, to marry this lady.
No.
To be married to her. Friar, you come to marry her.
Lady, you come hither to be married to this count.
I do.
If either of you know any inward impediment why you should not be conjoined, charge you on your souls to utter it.
Know you any, hero?
None, my lord.
Know you any, count?
I dare make his answer none.
Oh, what men dare do, what men may do, men daily do, not knowing what they do.
How now, interjections? Why then, some be of laughing as, ah, ha, ha, he.
Stand thee by, friar. Father, by your leave, will you with free and unconstrained soul give me this maid, your daughter?
As freely, son, as God did give her me.
And what have I to give you back, whose worth may counterpoise this rich and precious gift?
Nothing, unless you render her again.
Oh, sweet prince, you earn me noble thankfulness. There, Leonato, take her back again. Give not this rotten orange to your friend. She's but the sign and semblance of her honor. Behold, how like a maid she blushes here. On what authority and show of truth can cunning sin cover itself withal? Comes not that blood as modest evidence to witness simple virtue? Would you not swear, all you that see her, that she were made by these exterior shows? But she is none. She knows the heat of a luxurious bed. Her blush is guiltiness, not modesty.
What do you mean, my lord?
Not to be married, not to knit my soul to an approved wanton.
Dear my lord, if you in your own proof have vanquished the resistance of her youth and made defeat of her virginity.
I know what you would say. If I have known her, you will say that she didn't embrace me as a husband, and so extenuate the forehand sin. No, Leonato, I never tempted her with word too large, but as a brother to his sister, showed bashful sincerity and comely love.
And seemed I ever otherwise to you?
Out on these seeming! I will write against it. You seem to me as Diane in her orb, as chaste as is a bud ere it be blown. But you are more intemperate in your blood than Venus, or those pampered animals that rage in savage sensuality.
Is my lord well that he doth speak so wide?
Sweet prince, why speak not you?
What should I speak? I stand dishonored that I've gone about to link my dear friend to a common stale.
Are these things spoken, or do I but dream?
Oh, sir, they are spoken, and these things are true.
This looks not like a nuptial.
True. Oh, God.
Leonato, stand I here? Is this the prince? Is this the prince's brother? Is his face Hero's? Are our eyes our own?
All this is so, but what of this, my lord?
Let me but move one question to your daughter, and by that fatherly and kindly power that you have in her, bid her answer truly.
I charge thee do so, as thou art my child.
Oh, God, defend me, how I am beset. What kind of catechizing call you this?
To make you answer truly to your name.
Is it not Hero? Who can blot that name with any just reproach?
Mary, that can, Hero. Hero itself can blot out Hero's virtue. What man was he talked to you with you yesternight out your window betwixt 12 and 1? Now, if you are maid, answer to this.
I talked with no man at that hour, my lord.
Why, then you are no maiden. Leonato, I am sorry you must hear. Upon mine honor, myself, my brother, and this graved count did see her, hear her, at that hour last night, talk with a ruffian at her chamber window, who hath indeed, most like a liberal villain, confessed the vile encounters they have had 1,000 times in secret.
Oh, fie. They are not to be named, my lord, not to be spoke of. There is not chastity enough in language, without offense to utter them. Thus, pretty lady, I am sorry for thy much misgovernment.
Oh, Hero, what a hero hast thou been! If half thy outward graces had been placed about thy thoughts and counsels of thy heart. But fare thee well, most foul, most fair. Farewell, thou pure in piety and in pious purity. For thee I'll lock up all the gates of love, and on my eyelids shall conjecture hang, to turn all beauty into thoughts of harm, and never shall it be more gracious.
Hath no man's dagger here a point from me?
Why, how now, cousin? Wherefore sink you down?
Oh, come, let us go. These things come thus to light. Smother her spirits up.
How doth the lady?
Dead, I think. Help, uncle! Hero, why, Hero, uncle, Signor Benedict, friar.
Fate, take not away thy heavy hand. Death is the fairest cover for her shame that may be wished for.
Oh, now, cousin Hero.
Have comfort, lady.
Dost thou look up?
Yea, wherefore should she not?
Wherefore? Why doth not every earthly thing cry shame upon her? Could she here deny the story that is printed in her blood? Do not live, Hero. Do not ope thine eyes. For did I think thou wouldst not die quickly? Thought I thy spirits were stronger than thy shames. Myself would, on the rear word of reproaches, strike at thy life grieved. I had but one child that at frugal nature's frame. One too much by thee. Why had I one? Why ever wast thou lovely in my eyes? Why had I not, with charitable hand, took up a beggar's issue at my gates, who smirched thus and mired with infamy? I might have said, no part of it is mine. This shame derives itself from unknown loins. But mine, and mine I loved, and mine I praised, and mine that I was proud on, mine so much that I myself was to myself not mine, valuing of her. Why, she has fallen into a pit of ink that the wide sea hath drops too few to wash her clean again, and salt too little, which may season give to her foul, tainted flesh.
Sir, be patient. For my part, I am so attired in wonder, I know not what to say.
Oh, on my soul, my cousin is belied.
Lady, were you her bedfellow last night?
No, truly not. Although until last night, I have this 12-month been her bedfellow.
Confirmed. Oh, that is stronger maid which was before barred up with ribs of iron. Would the two princes lie, and Claudio lie, who loved her so that, speaking of her foulness, washed it with tears. Hence from her, let her die.
Hear me a little, for I have only silent been so long, and given way into this course of fortune. By noting of the lady, I have marked 1,000 blushing apparitions to start into her face, 1,000 innocent shames, and angel's whiteness beat away these blushes, and in her eye hath appeared a fire, to burn the errors that these princes hold against her maiden truth. Call me a fool, trust not in my reason, in my readings or my observations, which experimental still doth warrant. Tender my book, trust not my age, my reverence, calling, nor divinity. If this sweet lady lie not guiltless here under some biting error.
Friar, it cannot be. Thou seest that all the grace that she hath left is that she will not add to her damnation a sin of perjury. She not denies it. Why seekst thou then to cover with excuse that which appears in proper nakedness?
Lady, what man is he that you are accused of?
They know that to accuse me, I know none. If I know more of any man alive than that which made modesty doth warrant, let all my sins lack mercy. Oh, my father, prove you that any man with me conversed at hours unmeet, or that I yesternight maintained the change of words with any creature. Refuse me, hate me, torture me to death.
There was some strange misprison on the princes.
2 of them have the very bent of honor, and if their wisdoms be misled in this, the practice of it lives in John the Bastard, whose spirits toil in frame of villainies.
I know not. If they speak but truth of her, these hands shall tear her. If they wrong her honor, the proudest of them shall well hear of it. Time hath not yet so dried this blood of mine, nor age so eat upon my invention, nor fortune made such havoc of my means, nor my bad life reft me so much of friends. But they shall find awakened in such a kind, both strength of limb and policy of mind, ability and means, and choice of friends, to quit me of them thoroughly.
Pause a while, let my counsel sway you in this case. Your daughter here the prince is left for dead. Let her a while be secretly kept in, and publish it that she is dead indeed. Maintain a mourning obstination, and on your family's old monuments hang mournful epitaphs, and do all the rites that upon unto a burial.
What shall become of this? What will this do?
Mary, This, well carried, shall upon her behalf change slander to remorse, that this is some good. But not for that dream that I on this strange course, but on this travail look for greater birth. She dying, as it must be so maintained, upon the instant that she was accused, shall be lamented, pitied, and excused of every hearer. For it is so fells out that what we have prized not to be the worth while we enjoy it, but being lacked and lost, why then we rack the value, and then we find the virtue that possession would not show us whilst it was ours. So will it fare with Claudio, when he shall hear her dead upon his words. The idea of her life shall sweetly creep into the study of his imagination, and every lovely organ of her life shall come appeared in more precious habit, more moving, delicate, full of life, into the eye and the prospect of his soul, that when she lived indeed. Then shall he mourn, if ever love have interest in his liver, and wish that he had not so accused her. No, thou he thought his accusation true. Let it be so, and doubt not but success will fashion the event in better shape than I can lay down upon in likelihood. But if all aim but this be leveled false, the supposition of the lady's death will quench the wonder of her infamy. And if not sort, not well, you may conceal her, as best befits her wounded reputation, in some reclusive and religious life, out of all eyes, tongues, minds, and injuries.
Signor Leonato, let the friar advise you. And though you know my inwardness and love is very much unto the prince and Claudio, yet, by mine honor, I will deal in this as secretly and justly as your soul should with your body.
Being that I flow in grief, the swallow's twine may lead me.
'Tis well consented, presently away. The strange sores, strangely they strain the cure. Come, lady, die to live. This wedding day, perhaps, is but prolonged. Have patience and endure.
Lady Beatrice, have you wept all this while?
Yea, and I will weep a while longer.
I will not desire that.
You have no reason. I do it freely.
Surely I do believe your fair cousin is wronged.
How much might the man deserve of me that would right her?
Is there hostship?
A very even way, but no such friend.
May a man do it?
It is a man's office, but not yours.
I do love nothing in the world so well as you. Is not that strange?
As strange as the thing I know not. It were as possible for me to say I loved nothing so well as you, but believe me not. And yet I lie not. I confess nothing, nor I deny nothing. I am sorry for my cousin.
By my sword, Beatrice, thou lovest me.
Do not swear and eat it.
I will swear by it that you love me, and I will make him eat it that says I love
not eat your word?
With no sauce that can be devised to it. I protest, I love thee.
Why then, God forgive me.
What offense, sweet Beatrice?
You have stayed me in a happy hour. I was about to protest I loved you.
And do it with all thy heart.
I I love you with so much of my heart that none is left to protest.
Come, bid me do anything for thee.
Kill Claudio.
Not for the wide world.
You kill me to deny it. Farewell.
Oh, Terry, sweet Beatrice.
I am gone, though I am here. There is no love in you. Nay, I pray you let me go. In faith, I will go.
Beatrice.
I will go.
We'll be friends first.
You dare easier be friends with me than fight with mine enemy?
Is Claudio thine enemy?
Is he not approved in the height of a villain that hath slandered, scorned, dishonored my kinswoman? Oh, that I were a man! What? Bear her in hand until they come to take hands, and then, with public accusation, uncovered slander, unmitigated rancor, oh God, that I were a man, I would eat his heart in the marketplace.
Hear me, Beatrice.
Talk with a man out at a window? A proper saying.
Nay, but Beatrice.
Sweet hero, she is robbed, she is slandered, she is undone.
Beatrice.
Princes and counties, surely a princely testimony, a goodly count confect, a sweet gallant surely. Oh, that were I a man for his sake, or that I had any friend would be a man for my sake. But manhood is melted into curtsies, valor into compliment, and men are only turned into tongue, and trim ones too. He is now as valiant as Hercules, that only tells a lie and swears it. I cannot be a man with wishing. Therefore I will die a woman with grieving.
Terry, good Beatrice, by this hand I love thee.
Use it for my love some other way than swearing by it.
Think you in your soul wrong, hero?
Yea, as sure as I have a thought or a soul.
Enough. I am engaged. I will challenge him. I will kiss your hand, and so I leave you. By this hand, Claudio shall render me a dear account. As you hear of me, so think of me. Go, comfort your cousin. I must say she is dead, and so farewell.
All right, and that's the end of Act 4, Scene 1, and we're on to Act 4, Scene 2.
My dear and lovely, sweet Dogberry Goblin. My sweet, lovely woman who I adore.
The mute button is my mortal enemy.
Is our old assembly appaid?
Oh, a stool and a cushion for the sexton.
Which be the malefactors? Marry, that am I and my partner.
Nay, that's certain. We have the exhibition to examine.
But which are the offenders that are to be examined? Let them come before Master Constable. Yea, Mary, let them come before me. What is your name, friend?
Ratio.
Pray, write down Horatio. Yours, sirrah?
I am a gentleman, sir, and my name is Conrad.
Write down Master Gentleman Conrad. Masters, do you serve God?
Yea, sir, we hope.
Yeah. Write down that they hope they serve God, and write God first, for God defend, but God should go before such villains. Masters, It is proved already that you are little better than false knaves, and it will go near to be thought so shortly. I'll answer you for yourselves.
Marry, sir, we say we are none.
A marvelous witty fellow, I assure you, but I will go about with him. Come, you hither, sirrah, a word in your ear. Sir, I say to you, it is thought you are false knaves.
Sir, I say to you, we are none.
Well, stand aside. For God, they are both in an ale. Have you ever writ down that they are none?
Master Constable, you go not the way to examine. You must call forth the watch that they are accusers.
Oh, yea, Mary, that's the effest way. Let the watch come forth. Masters, I charge you in the prince's name, accuse these men.
This man said, sir, that Don John, the prince's brother, was a villain.
Write down Prince John a villain. Whoa, this is black perjury to call the prince's brother a villain.
Master Constable.
Pray thee, fellow peace, I do not like thy look, I promise thee.
What heard you say him else?
Mary, that he had received 1,000 ducats of Don John for accusing the lady hero wrongfully.
Flat as ever was committed.
Yeah, by mass that it is.
What else, fellow?
And that Count Claudio did mean upon his words to disgrace Hero before the whole assembly and not marry her.
Oh, villain! Thou wilt be condemned to everlasting redemption for this.
What else?
This is all.
And this is more, masters, that you can deny. Prince John is this morning secretly stolen away. Hero was in this manner accused, in this very manner refused, and upon the grief of this suddenly died. Master Constable, let these men be bound and brought to Latentios. I will go before and show him their examinations.
Come, let them be opinioned.
Let them be in the hands.
Off, coxcomb!
God's my life! Where's the sexton? Let him write down the prince's officer, coxcomb. Come, bind them, thou naughty varlet!
Away! You are an ass. You are an ass.
Dost thou not suspect my place? Dost thou not suspect my years? Oh, that he were here to write me down an ass. But, masters, remember that I am an ass, though it may not be written down. Yet forget not that I am an ass. Now, thou villain, thou art full of piety, as shall be proved upon thee by good witness. I am a wise fellow, and which is more, an officer, which is more, a householder, and which is more, as petty a piece of flesh as any in Messina, and know that, and that knows the law. Go to, and a rich fellow enough, and go to, and a fellow that hath had losses, and one that hath 2 gowns, and everything handsome about him. Bring him away. Oh, that I'd been writ down an ass.
Well, that is the end of Act 4.
I
Finn?
nailed it. That is one of my favorite comedic scenes ever. That's one of my favorite comedic monologues ever. Guys, I don't know if I've said it tonight, but I've said it before. This one is my number 1 in Bill's catalog. And oh my goodness, the Dogberry Vergis, every time Dogberry and Vergis are on stage, it's amazing. And just everything Dogberry does builds to being writ down an ass. Oh, so good.
That's the
And
thing
I have a
always
horrible
look forward
feeling
to.
that for several weeks now, I'm going to have people telling me I'm an ass.
Yes.
Though it not be written down.
Oh, it be not written down.
Oh, it will be written down thus.
Oh yeah. In
It
fact,
is-
we already did it.
We'll write you down an ass.
Could I make a shirt?
Please.
Yes. So it be not written down. Let it be
And
known.
as
that
pretty
I
a
am an
piece of flesh as all in Messina.
Is the one line that I always look forward to in any version of this is "You are an ass."
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, just
I need a
to
shirt
deliver.
that says naughty varlant. Can we please?
bring back Naughty Varlant. Oh, we need it.
Yes.
We need that shirt.
Yeah.
I think he
Oh.
said he was going to do that one earlier.
So also, since we are wrapping up Act 4 with this one, let's not forget, even though we had a good laugh at the interrogation here, let's not forget like the best meet cute ever. And it's not a meet cute, but it's an awkward, I love you, but I don't love you. And it's one of the things that makes Benedict and Beatrice my favorite romance ever. In all of Shakespeare, well, maybe not ever, but in all of Shakespeare at least. That whole thing. Everyone was like, "Oh, it's so high school, it's so middle school." Guys, humans never really progress socially past middle school. We just get better at it. Like there's no progression past it. It's just better at the same strategies.
I'm sorry. Did you just call me out in front of everybody?
A bit though. Don't think I won't.
We just use bigger words.
We
I
do
know you
use
will.
Bigger words.
I
And we
mean, I
find
don't know
more
about-
extravagant ways to tell people, I kind of think I might probably in some way have liked you at some time.
I don't know about everybody else, but Benedict and Beatrice is ultimately what I look for in a relationship. I want that person who will verbally spar with me.
Please.
Absolutely.
I found that and married him.
Yeah, you did. If you can't go toe to toe with your partner, then I'll just leave it at that because I already know where toe to toe is going to let you go.
And on that note, we did reach our $500 donation goal, which is amazing. Thank you guys so much for donating. You guys are amazing. We did up the goal to $750. So we'd like to keep this going if you can. At least share the link around. But let's get going on Act 5.
If you go on thus, you will kill yourself, and 'tis not wisdom thus to second grief against yourself.
I pray thee cease thy counsel, which falls into my ears as profitless as water in a sieve. Give me not counsel, nor let no comforter delight mine ear, but such a one whose wrongs do suit with mine. Bring me a father that so loved his child, whose joy of her is overwhelmed like mine, and bid him speak of patience. Measure his woe, the length and breadth of mine, and let it answer every strain for strain, and thus for thus such a grief for such, in every lineament, branch, shape, and form. If such a one will smile and stroke his beard, bid sorrow wag, cry hem, when he should groan, patch grief with proverbs, make misfortune drunk with candle wasters, bring him yet to me, and I of him will gather patience. There is no such man, for brother, men can counsel and speak comfort to that grief, which they themselves not feel, but tasting it, their counsel turns to passion, which before would give perceptual medicine to rage. Fetter strong madness in a silken thread, charm ache with air, and agony with words. No, 'tis all men's office to speak patience to those that wring under the load of sorrow, but no man's virtue nor sufficiency to be so moral when he shall endure the like himself. Therefore give me no counsel. My griefs cry louder than advertisement.
Therein do men differ nothing from children.
Pray thee peace. I will be flesh and blood, for there was never yet philosopher that could endure the toothache patiently. However, they have writ the style of gods and made a push at chance and sufferance.
Yet bend not all the harm upon yourself. Make those that do offend you suffer too.
There thou speakest reason. Nay, I will do so. My soul doth tell me Hero is belied, and that shall Claudio know, and so shall the prince, and all of them thus dishonor her.
Here comes the prince and Claudio hastily.
Good in, good in.
Good day to both of you.
Hear you, my lords.
We have some haste, Leonato.
Some haste, my lord. Fare you well, my lord. Are you so hasty now? Well, all is one.
Nay, do not quarrel with us, good old man.
If he could right himself with quarreling, some of us would lie low.
Who wrongs him?
Mary, thou dost wrong me, thou dissembler, thou. Nay, never lay thy hand upon thy sword. I fear thee not.
Mary, beshrew my hand, if it should give your age such cause of fear. In faith, my hand meant nothing to my sword.
Tush, man, never fleer and jest at me. I speak not like a dotard nor a fool, as under privilege of age to brag what I have done being young, or what would do were I not old. No, Claudio, to thy head. Thou hast so wronged mine innocent child and me that I am forced to lay my reverence by, and with gray hairs and bruise of many days do challenge thee to trial of a man. I say thou hast belied mine innocent child. Thy slander hath gone through and through her heart, and she lies buried with her ancestors, or in a tomb where never scandal slept, save this of hers framed by thy villainy.
My villainy?
Thine, Claudio. Thine, I say.
You say not right, old man.
My lord, I'll prove it on his body if he dare. Despite his nice fence and his active practice, his May of youth and bloom of lustihood.
Away, I will not have to do with you.
Canst thou so death me? Thou hast killed my child. If thou kill'st me, boy, thou shalt kill a man.
He shall kill two of us, and men indeed, but that's no matter. Let him kill one first. Win me and wear me. Let him answer me. Come, follow me, boy. Come, sir boy. Come, sir boy, I'll whip you from your foining fence. Nay, as I am a gentleman, I will.
Brother.
Content yourself. God knows I loved my niece, and she is dead, slandered to death by villains that dare as well answer a man indeed as I dare take a serpent by the tongue. Boys, apes, braggarts, jacks, milksops.
Brother Anthony.
Hold you content. What man? I know them, yea, and what they weigh, even to the utmost scruple. Scrambling, outfacing, fashion-monging boys that lie and cog and flout, deprave and slander, go antically and show outward hideousness, and speak off half a dozen dangerous words, how they might hurt their enemies if they durst. And this is all.
But Brother Anthony.
Come, 'tis no matter. Do not you meddle. Let me deal in this.
Gentlemen both, we will not wake your patience. My heart is sorry for your daughter's death, but on my honor she was charged with nothing but what was true and very full of proof.
My lord.
I will not hear you.
No. Come, brother, away. I will be heard.
And shall, or some of us will smart for it.
See, here comes the man we went to seek.
Now, Signor, what news?
Good day, my lord.
Welcome, Senor. You're almost come to part, almost a fray.
We had like to have our two noses snapped off with two old men without teeth.
Leonato and his brother. What thinkest thou? Had we fought, I doubt we should have been too young for them.
In a false quarrel, there is no true valor. I come to seek you both.
We have been up and down to seek thee, for we are high-proof melancholy and would fain have it beaten away. Wilt thou use thy wit?
It is in my scabbard. Shall I draw it?
Dost thou wear thy wit by thy side?
Never any did so, though very many have been beside their wit. I will bid thee draw, as we do the minstrels. Draw to pleasure us.
As I am an honest man, he looks pale. Art thou sick or angry?
What courage, man! What thou care killed a cat? Thou hast mettle enough in thee to kill care.
Sir, I shall meet your wit in the career, and you charge it against me. I pray you choose another subject.
Nay, then, give him another staff. This last was broke cross.
By this light, he changes more and more. I think he may be angry indeed.
He knows how to turn his girdle.
Shall I speak a word in your ear?
God bless me from a challenge.
You are a villain. I jest not. I will make it good how you dare, with what you dare, and when you dare. Do me right, or I will protest your cowardice. You have killed a sweet lady, and her death shall fall heavy on you. Let me hear from you.
Well, I will meet you, so I may have good cheer.
What, a feast, a feast?
Faith, I thank him. He hath bid me to do a calf's head and a capon, to which I do not carve most curiously, say my knife's not. Shall I not find a woodcock too?
Sir, your wit ambles well. It goes easily.
I'll tell thee how Beatrice praised thy wit the other day. I said, thou hast a fine wit. True, said she, a fine little one. No, said I, a great wit. Right, says she, a great gross one. Nay, said I, a good wit. Just, said she, it hurts nobody. Nay, said I, the gentleman is wise. Certain, said she, a wise gentleman. Nay, said I, he hath the tongues. That I believe, said she, for he swore a thing to me on Monday night, which he forswore on Tuesday morning. There's a double tongue, there's two tongues. Thus did she an hour together transshape thy particular virtues. Yet at last she concluded with a sigh, thou wast the properest man in Italy.
For the which she wept heartily and said she cared not.
Yea, that she did. But yet for all that, and if she did not hate him deadly, she would love him dearly. The old man's daughter told us all.
All, and moreover, God saw him when he was hid in the garden.
But when shall we set the savage bull's horns on the sensible Benedict's head?
Yea, and text underneath, here dwells Benedict the married man.
Fare you well, boy. You know my mind. I will leave you now to your gossip-like humor. You break jests as braggarts do their blades, which, God be thanked, hurt not. My lord, for your many courtesies I thank you. I must discontinue your company. Your brother, the bastard, is fled from Messina. You have among you killed a sweet and innocent lady. For my lord Lackbeard there, he and I shall meet. Until then, peace be with him.
He is in earnest.
Most profound earnest, and I'll warrant you, for the love of Beatrice.
And hath challenged thee?
Most sincerely.
What a pretty thing man is when he goes in his doublet and hose and leaves off his wit.
He is then a giant to an ape, but then is an ape a doctor to such a man?
But soft you, let me be. Pluck up my heart and be sad. Did he not say my brother was fled?
Oh, here comes Strawberry.
Goblin darling.
Not going to mute my mic anymore and just be really quiet.
Never again.
I think that's the solution. Hashtag never again.
Come you, sir! If justice cannot tame you, she shall ne'er weigh more reasons in her balance. Thee, and you be a cursed hypocrite once, you must be looked to.
How now? Two of my brother's men bound, Borachio one.
Hearken after their offense, my lord.
Officers, what offense have these men done?
Marry, sir, they have committed false report. Moreover, they have spoken untruths. Secondarily, they are slanderous. Sixth and lastly, they have belied a lady. Thirdly, they have verified unjust things. And to conclude, they are lying knaves.
First, I ask thee what they have done. Thirdly, I ask thee what's their offense. Sixth and lastly, why they are committed. And to conclude, what you lay to their charge.
Rightly reasoned, and in his own division. And by my troth, there's one meaning well suited.
Who have you offended, masters, that you are thus bound to your answer? This learned constable is too cunning to be understood. What's your offense?
Sweet prince, let me go no farther to mine answer. Do you hear me? And let this count kill me. I have deceived even your eyes. What your wisdom could not discover, these shallow fools have brought to light, who in the night overheard me confessing to this man how Don John, your brother, incensed me to slander the lady hero, how you were brought to the orchard and saw me court Margaret in hero's garments, how you disgraced her when you should marry her, my villainy they have upon record, which I had rather seal with my death than repeat over to my shame. The lady is dead upon mine and my master's false accusation, and, briefly, I desire nothing but the reward of a villain.
Runs not this speech like iron through your blood?
I have drunk poison whilst he uttered it.
But did my brother set thee on to this?
Yet, he paid me richly for the practice of it.
He is composed and framed of treachery, and fled he is upon this villainy.
Sweet hero, now thy image doth appear in the rare semblance that I loved at first.
Come, bring away the plaintiffs. By this time, our Saxon hath reformed Signor Leonato of the matter. And, masters, do not forget to specify when time and place shall serve that I am an ass.
Here comes Master Signor Leonato and the sexton too.
Which is the villain? Let me see his eyes, that when I note another man like him, I may avoid him. Which of these is he?
You would know you're wronger. Look on me.
Art thou the slave that with thy breath has killed mine innocent child?
Yeah, even I alone.
Not so, villain. Thou beliest thyself. Here stand a pair of honorable men. A third is fled that had a hand in it. I thank you, princes, for my daughter's death. Record it with your high and worthy deeds. 'Twas bravely done, if you bethink you of it.
I know not how to pray your patience, yet I must speak. Choose your revenge yourself. Impose me to what penance your invention can lay upon my sin. Yet sinned I not, but in mistaking.
By my soul, nor I. And yet to satisfy this good old man, I would bend under any heavy weight that he'll enjoin me to.
I cannot bid you bid my daughter live. That were impossible. But I pray you both, possess the people in Messina here how innocent she died. And if your love can labor aught in sad invention, hang her an epitaph upon the tomb and sing it to her bones. Sing it tonight. Tomorrow morning come you to my house, and since you could not be my son-in-law, be yet my nephew. My brother hath a daughter, almost a copy of my child that's dead, and she alone is heir to both of us. Give her the right you should have given her cousin, and so dies my revenge.
Oh, noble sir, your overkindness doth wring tears from me. I do embrace your offer, and dispose for henceforth of poor Claudio.
Tomorrow, then, I will expect your coming. Tonight I take my leave. This naughty man shall face to face be brought to Margaret, who I believe was packed in all this wrong, hired to it by your brother.
Oh, by my soul, she was not, nor knew what she did when she spoke to me, but always hath been just and virtuous in anything that I know by her.
Moreover, sir, which is indeed not under white and black, this plaintiff here, the offender, did call me an ass. I beseech you, let it be remembered in his punishment. And also, the watch had them talk to one of the deformed. They said he wears a key in his ear and a lock hanging by it, and borrows money in God's name, which he hath used so long and never paid, that now men grow hard-hearted and will lend nothing for God's sake. Pray you, examine him on that point.
I thank thee for thy care and honest pains.
Your worship speaks like a most thankful and reverent youth, and I praise God for you.
There's for thy pains.
God save the foundation!
Go, I discharge thee of thy prisoner and thank thee.
I leave an errant knave with your worship, which I beseech your worship to correct yourself for the example of others. God keep your worship! I wish your worship well. God restore you to health. I humbly give you leave to depart, and if a merry meeting may be wished, God prohibit it! Come, neighbor!
Until tomorrow morning, lords, farewell.
Farewell, my lords. We look for you tomorrow.
We will not fail.
Tonight I'll mourn with Hero.
Bring you these fellows on. We'll talk with Margaret, how her acquaintance grew with this lewd fellow.
All right, and that's the end of Act 5, Scene 1, and we're on to Act 5, Scene 2.
Pray thee, sweet Mistress Margaret, deserve well at my hands by helping me to the speech of Beatrice.
Will you then write me a sonnet in praise of my beauty?
In so high a style, Margaret, that no man living shall come over it, for in most comely truth thou deservest it.
To have no man come over me. Why shall I always keep below stairs?
Thy wit is as quick as the greyhound's mouth. It catches.
And yours as blunt as the fencer's foils, which hit but hurt not.
A most manly wit, Margaret. It will not hurt a woman. And so, I pray thee, call Beatrice. I give thee the bucklers.
Give us the swords. We have bucklers of our own.
If you use them, Margaret, you must put in the pikes with a vice, and they are dangerous weapons for maids.
Well, I will call Beatrice to you, who I think hath legs.
And therefore will come. The God of love that sits above and knows me, how pitiful I deserve. Ugh, I mean in singing. But in loving, Leander, the good swimmer, Troilus, the first employer of panders, and a whole book full of these quondam carpetmongers, whose names yet run smoothly in the even road of a blank verse. Why, they were never so truly turned over and over as my poor self in love. Marry, I cannot show it in rhyme. I have tried. I can find no rhyme to lady but baby. An innocent rhyme. For scorn, horn, a hard rhyme. For school, fool, a babbling rhyme. Very ominous endings. No, I was not born under a rhyming planet, nor I cannot woo in festival terms. Sweet Beatrice, wouldst thou come when I called thee?
Yea, signor, and depart when you bid me.
Oh, Stay but till then.
Then is spoken. Very well now. And yet, ere I go, let me go with that I came, which is with knowing what hath passed between you and Claudio.
Only foul words, and thereupon I will kiss thee.
Foul words is but foul wind, and foul wind is but foul breath, and foul breath is noisome. Therefore, I will depart unkissed.
Thou hast frighted the word out of his right sense, so forcible is thy wit. But I must tell thee plainly, Claudio undergoes my challenge, and either I must shortly hear from him, or I will subscribe him a coward. And I pray thee now tell me, for which of my bad parts didst thou first fall in love with me?
For all of them together, which maintain so politic a state of evil that they will not admit any good part to intermingle with them. But for which of my good parts did you first suffer love for me?
Suffer love? A good epithet. I do suffer love indeed, for I love thee against my will.
In spite of your heart, I think. Alas, poor heart. If you spite it for my sake, I will spite it for yours, for I will never love that which my friend hates.
Thou and I are too wise to woo peaceably.
It appears not in this confession. There's not one wise man among 20 that will praise himself.
An old instance, Beatrice, that lived in the time of good neighbors. If a man do not erect in this age his own tomb ere he dies, he shall live no longer in monument than the bell rings and the widow weeps.
And how long is that, think you?
Question. Why an hour in clamor and a quarter in room? Therefore is it most expedient for the wise, if Don Worm, his conscience, find no impediment to the contrary, to be the trumpet of his own virtues, as I am to myself. So much for praising myself, who I myself will bear witness is praiseworthy. And now tell me, how doth your cousin?
Very ill.
And how do you?
Very ill too.
Serve God, love me, and mend. There will I leave you too, for here comes one in haste.
Madam, you must come to your uncle. Yonder's old coil at home. It is proved that my lady Hero hath been falsely accused, the prince and Claudio mightily abused, and Don John is the author of it all, who is fled and gone. Will you come presently?
Will you go to hear this news, Signor?
I will live in thy heart, die in thy lap, and be buried in thy eyes. And moreover, I will go with thee to thy uncle's.
And that is the end of Act 5, Scene 2. On to Act 5, Scene 3.
Is this the monument of Leonardo?
It is, my lord.
Done to death by slanderous tongues was the hero that here lies. Death, in guerdon of her wrongs, gives her fame which never dies. So the life that died with shame lives in death with glorious fame. Hang thou there upon the tomb, praising her when I am dumb. Now music, sound, and sing your solemn hymn. Pardon, goddess of the night, those that slew thy virgin night, for the which with songs of woe round about her tomb they go. Midnight assist our moan, help us to sigh and groan. Heavily, heavily, graves yawn and yield your dead, till death be uttered. Heavily, heavily, now unto thy bones good night. Yearly will I do this right.
Good morrow, masters. Put your torches out. The wolves have preyed, and look, the gentle day before the wheels of Phoebus roundabout dapples the drowsy east with spots of grey. Thanks to you all, and leave us. Fare you well.
Good morrow, masters. Each his several way.
Come, let us hence and put on other weeds, and then to Leonato's we'll go.
And Hymen now with luckier issues speed than this for whom we rendered up this woe.
All right, and on to Act 5, Scene 4.
Did I not tell you that she was innocent?
So are the prince and Claudio, who accused her, upon the air that you heard debated. But Margaret was in some fault for this, although against her will, as it appears, in the true course of all the question.
Well, I'm glad that all things sort so well.
And so am I, being else by faith enforced to call young Claudio to a reckoning for it.
Well, daughter, and you gentlewomen all, withdraw into a chamber by yourselves, and when I send for you, come hither masked. The prince and Claudio promised by this hour to visit me. You know your office, brother. You must be father to your brother's daughter, and give her to young Claudio.
Which I will do with confirmed countenance.
Friar, I must entreat your pains, I think.
Do what, senor?
To bind me or undo me, one of them. Signor Leonato, truth it is, good signor. Your niece regards me with an eye of favor.
That I, my daughter, lent her 'tis most true.
And I do, with an eye of love, requite her.
A sight whereof I think you had from me, from Claudio and the prince, but what's your will?
Your answer, sir, is enigmatical. But for my will is your goodwill, may stand with ours, this day to be conjoined in the state of honorable marriage, in which, good friar, I shall desire your help.
My heart is with your liking.
And with my help. Here comes the prince and Claudio.
Good morrow to this fair assembly.
Good morrow, prince. Good morrow, Claudio. We here attend you. Are you yet determined today to marry with my brother's daughter?
I'll hold my mind were she in Ethiop.
Call her forth, brother. Here's the friar ready.
Good morrow, Benedict. Why, what's the matter that you have such a February face, so full of frost, of storm and cloudiness?
I think he thinks upon the savage bull. Tush, fear not, man. We'll tip thy horns with gold, and all Europa shall rejoice at thee, as once Europa did at lusty Jove, when he would play the noble beast in love.
Bull Jove, sir, had an amiable low, and some such strange bull leapt your father's cow, and got a calf in that same noble feat, much like you, for you have just his bleat.
For this I owe you. Here comes other reckonings. Which is the lady I must seize upon?
This same is she, and I do give you her.
Why then she's mine. Sweet, let me see your face.
No, that you shall not till you take her hand before this friar and swear to marry her.
Give me your hand before this holy friar. I am your husband, if you like of me.
When I lived, I was your other wife, and when you loved, you were my other husband.
Another hero!
Nothing certainer. One hero died defiled, but I do live, and as surely as I live, I am a maid.
The former hero that is dead?
She died, my lord, but whilst her slander lived.
All this amazement I can qualify. When after that holy rites are ended, I'll tell you largely of fair hero's death. Meanwhile, let's wander, seem familiar, and to the chapel let's us presently.
Soft and fair, friar. Which is Beatrice?
I answer to that name. What is your will?
Do not you love me?
Why, no. No more than reason.
Why, then your uncle and the prince and Claudio have been deceived. They swore you did.
Do not you love me?
Troth, no, no more than reason.
Why then, my cousin Margaret and Ursula are much deceived, for they did swear you did.
They swore that you were almost sick for me.
They swore that you were well nigh dead for me.
'Tis no such matter. Then you do not love me?
No, truly, but in friendly recompense.
Come, cousin. I am sure you love the gentleman.
And I'll be sworn upon that he loves her. For here's a paper written in his own hand, a halting sonnet of his own pure brain, fashioned to Beatrice.
And here's another written my cousin's hand, stolen from her pocket, containing her affection unto Benedick.
A miracle! Here's our own hands against our hearts. Come, I will have thee, but by this light I take thee for pity.
I would not deny you, but by this good day I yield upon great persuasion, and partly to save your life, for I was told you were in a consumption.
Peace. I will stop your mouth.
How dost thou, Benedict, the married man?
I'll tell thee what, Prince. A college of witcrackers cannot fill me out of my humor. Dost thou think I care for a satire or an epigram? No. If a man will be beaten with brains, he shall wear nothing handsome about him. In brief, since I do propose to marry, I will think nothing to any purpose that the world can say against it, and therefore never flout at me for what I have said against it. For man is a giddy thing, and this is my conclusion. For thy part, Claudio, I did think to have beaten thee, but in that thou art like to be my kinsman, live unbruised, and love my cousin.
I had well hoped that thou wouldst have denied, Beatrice, that I might have cudgeled thee out of thy single life, to make thee a double dealer, which out of question thou wilt be, if my cousin do not look exceedingly narrowly to thee.
Come, we are friends. Let's have a dance ere we are married, that we may lighten our own hearts and our wives' heels.
We'll have dancing afterward.
First, of my word. Therefore, play music. Prince, thou art sad. Get thee a wife. There is no staff more reverend than one tipped with horn.
My lord, your brother John is ta'en in flight and brought with armed men back to Messina.
Think not on him till tomorrow. I'll devise thee brave punishments for him. Strike up, pipers!
And that is the end of our show.
Oh,
Unmute my mic.
good.
Yes.
All right, you need to do the kazoo at the end of every show now.
Oh, wait, it's a wedding. We gotta do the Macarena, right?
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
And the Cupid Shuffle.
Chicken dance.
Oh wait, that's the
Electric
thing.
slide. Electric slide for sure.
Yep, cha-cha slide.
Boogie, woogie, woogie.
Everyone knows it's only a
Guys.
wedding if we sing Sweet Caroline.
Ba, 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 ba.
That song is banned from my wedding.
I banned so many of those and put them on Cash Bar. They had to pay the DJ if they wanted to play them.
Ah,
Yeah.
nice.
Nice.
That's
funny.
That's a good idea.
Oh man.
All right.
So,
How's the Shakespeare bingo?
Well, the price for that Boston Red Sox song is going to be more than anyone at the wedding brings with them.
So, Shakespeare bingo, we had double marriage,
we did.
couple instances of old-timey racism,
Mistaken identity.
mistaken
Posen.
identity, like
Shenan-
3 times.
Yeah.
The
Straight
word
up
ass.
shenanigans.
Don't forget
Yeah,
ass.
lots of
Forsooth.
ass.
Too sooth.
Forsooth.
Happened
Yep.
a lot.
Merely too sooth.
Oh, we had a
Only
fake.
two.
We had a fake death.
Yeah, fake death.
Yes.
Plotted by a clergyman.
Yeah. What about a clergyman?
Of course.
Oh.
I feel like I need to like take a shot every time there's a faith
Yeah, in this one.
Yeah.
in any Shakespeare.
Ow.
This one's got quadruple intender, y'all.
Yeah, it does.
It folds back on itself.
It really does. It creates this like innuendoception or something like that.
In and out uendo.
That sounds like something I'm down to try.
Wow.
Oh no.
Oh man.
Let's just remember what the word wit means.
Squinting face.
Oh.
Yikes.
We're literally just getting into Inception levels of innuendos. Like
Every time they made a joke about a wit.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Hey, nanny.
Hey,
You know.
nanny.
I'm sure there's at
Good
least one or
news,
two
everybody.
comparisons between a sword and a penis in this one too.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Is there
And
ever?
the bucklers.
What a
Did
filthy
we
season
mention?
finale.
Did we mention mistaken identity? Did we put that on the
Yep,
bingo
we
card?
did.
All right, good.
Yeah, we had that one.
Oh my
What else did
goodness.
we-
It hit all the
There's
boxes.
so many good ones.
Questioning manhood in multiple ways.
Yes, yes.
Oh, adding horns to a guy.
Yeah.
Oh
Adding
yes.
to a guy.
Cuckold.
This was a very horny one.
Aren't they all?
Which is just so much fun.
Copious use of sonnets.
Emotional whiplash.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of singing.
Oh, y'all.
This one did have musical numbers.
Yo.
What happened, Goblin?
Don't forget, I am an ass.
Okay,
We know. We wrote it down.
So let me
I
see.
love you so much.
I
written
feel
it
like
down.
that should be on the bingo card because doesn't Festy in 12th Night have a similar conversation except he's just like, I am a fool instead of I am an ass.
Remember,
Yeah.
Bottom.
It's
in
all
Midsummer,
full circle.
Hall of Bottom.
he literally
And Mary
gets turned
Whites of
into an
Windsor.
ass.
Same
Oh, yeah.
conversation. Yeah.
I believe the word ass is used 88 times in Shakespeare.
At least.
In one
At
show.
least.
That sounds really low.
Over all
That does sound really
all
low.
the plays.
Now,
is
one thing I'm
88
curious
times.
about for the trivia people, is there a word in this play that Shakespeare devised himself and it's the first time it's used anywhere?
Yeah, where's Terry when we need her?
What is that?
I
word
know.
has
We
to
need our
be?
scholar.
I think a lot of Dogberry's incorrect words were Shakespeare's
Yeah.
inventions, like it shall be suffragants. I mean,
Yes.
I don't know if that's a real
Assembly.
word.
That's like Seussian though.
Well,
Hmm.
it's just like with Quince too, because Quince couldn't say half the things, so he said, "You've been translated."
So where do we finish with our donations?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we ended right at our $500 goal. So I'm
We had
Thank
we
you
had two
so
huge anonymous donors,
We
according to
did.
what I
Yeah, we
read.
did.
Oh,
And
So
you
all the
roasted
love and the
milk
snaps
tonight.
to
Thank you,
our wonderful donors.
Yes.
Thank you
Blessings
guys so
to you.
much.
Thank you.
Well,
So-
and you guys, if you don't know, speaking of things that are awesome, and you guys should reach out to all these different people online. But I want to go ahead before we get to officially plugging everybody. I'm going to help this guy with his plug because you guys have heard that we had this like Shakespeare bingo that we always talk about after the show, where we talk about the common reoccurring. We've almost in our own What Streams May Come gotten our own bingo things that go on. Like how many times does somebody have a mic issue? How many times is that person Goblin Katie? How many?
100%.
hey, I got hit with it tonight too.
Been throwing shade.
How many times someone brings up a random prop that we didn't see coming? So how many times someone does weird costume stuff? And how many times do I get scolded by the several moms that decided to just jump on me for being
How many times does Finn leave the screen?
myself? And how many times does Finn leave the screen? I do that quite a bit. Well, all
Or
these
like how many
intros,
times does Finn
forsooth,
break the cast being body?
Yeah. The
yeah.
drinking
Well, he
game
is
of
a bard,
Forsooth,
so-
we even have our own T-shirts for Forsooth and by Gar. For
Everybody some
us,
troubles.
look that out. In fact, I'm a little bit more casual tonight, only so I can show off this wonderful
Yes.
Draconic Versus gear. And if you want to get your own
Oh,
Draconic
and
Versus
Sarah
gear,
has her
inspired by What
mug.
Streams May Come.
Sarah has her Forsooth mug.
Forsooth.
Forsooth.
Katie.
Oh,
Yes,
Katie.
and there's the beard.
Oh, now it's a
Full
gray
cir-
beard.
There it goes. It comes back to the beard.
Full
Goblin
circle.
graybeard.
So much loving what happens there. So let us do this before I forget. That everyone you see here is an amazing person, and you should support anything that they do. But we have a few of these amazing people that would like to give you some directions on how to follow them after the show. And tonight we will fittingly start with our very lovely Goblin Katie.
You are muted.
Oh my God!
I thought you said you were never going to mute yourself again, lovely.
Hashtag never again.
Yeah, hashtag never again.
And it doesn't show the little microphone with the no slash through it,
You
though.
muted your mic, didn't you?
Yeah, you muted the
Doing it
mic.
herself like we told her not to.
I never muted on D4. Speaking of D4, hi, Goblin Katie here, aka Katie Downey. I appear on this wonderful D&D live stream every Sunday night at 7 p.m. on twitch.tv/rockpunchatl or twitch.tv/D&D. We are hosted by the official channel, and it's a lovely little show called D4. It's kooky, it's fun, it's just a blast, and
And it rips your heart out.
Yep.
We have a blast on this, and you can come and watch and harass Ashley's husband, who is one of our DMs, and her roommate, who is our other DM, and it'll be fabulous. Just don't tell them I sent you.
Can we talk about
you
how?
can catch me every Saturday at 3 p.m. on Thread Raiders channel doing Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frost Maiden. And starting Tuesday, you can catch me every other Tuesday on Mini Terrain Domain at 8 p.m. playing Harper's Tale, Hope and Redemption. And Harper's Tale has a wonderful story behind it. If you're not familiar, I strongly suggest you Google it because it's warm and happy and will give you the squishies that we all need these days. So anyways, oh, and at the end of the month, Critical Tits. I am doing a fundraiser for the American Breast Cancer Research Foundation, and the fundraiser is called Critical Tits. There will be information about that on my socials, or you can follow at Critical Tits on Twitter and get more information there. And that's me.
Oh my God.
Save the tatas.
Okay, so all right, love that. Next, appearing for the first time tonight on the stream was our friend Homebase Serenity.
All right, I'll go ahead and do mine then. So first of all, I want to thank everyone at Chaotic Tiefling for allowing me, a lifetime Shakespeare fan, like even since I was in middle school, to be a part of this epic season finale. It was a lot of fun. Thank you all so much for letting me be a part of this.
Thank you for wanting to be a part of this, because you've kind of come in and just become a part of the community through like Melodic's channel and now Chaotic Tiefling, and we're just so happy to have you here.
I appreciate that. So for everyone who doesn't know me, which is probably most of y'all here, I am Homebase Serenity. I am a content creator for Fortnite Save the World. That's the paid PvE survival type game, not the free Battle Royale version. Although I do play that on stream sometimes, but it's usually Save the World. I've been doing YouTube for a year and a half, but I started streaming on Twitch about 4 months ago. I do play some variety on stream as well. It's mostly been Minecraft lately, but I've also done Pokemon and did Animal Crossing for a while, but my community doesn't want to see that anymore, so it's not on the stream anymore. I do typically try to stream on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 6 to 9 p.m. EST, and my weekend streams are usually earlier for my European and UK followers, so those normally start around 12 p.m. I do have a film degree as well from a university in Western North Carolina. My specialties are editing, cinematography, writing, and speaking of that, Finn, you and I need to have a talk at some point about Shakespearean film adaptations because I have some ideas of my own.
I'm down. Let's do this. I'm down.
Which university?
Western Carolina.
Oh.
Oh, come on. But then
Hey,
the last
plug. That's a dirty trick.
Yeah. So the last thing I was going to say is just if anyone wants to keep up to date with anything that I'm doing, you can follow me on Twitter at HBSerenityYT. Everything else is just Homebase Serenity. That's how you can find me from there.
Yeah,
Excellent.
because
Excellent.
otherwise
And
it's follow where?
these handles should hit the chat this evening as well if you need any of these handles. And along we go to the lovely Miss Ellie Collins.
I am Ellie. I have been so blessed and happy to be a part of this show and a part of this beautiful cast. You can catch me every Tuesday. I am the storyteller for ATL by Night, a Vampire the Masquerade actual play show set in the city of Atlanta. And you can catch me also on Thursdays doing the same thing, but we do some special vignettes with celebrity guests. This next week we have Cynthia Marie from LA by Night coming on our show. And you can find all that at twitch.tv/ATL by Night. And you can find me on Twitter at Ellie_A_Collins or ATL by Night on all socials.
Aw, thank you so much. Next we have our wonderful Jess.
Me, that's me. Hello, I am Other Jess. I'm on Twitter as Bardic Bell. You can follow me there if you like. I'm still pretty new to the whole streaming situation, but I started today my very first episode of Tea Time Tales here on Chaotic Tiefling. If you stopped by, thank you so much. It was so much fun. We did fairy tales today. Next week, we will be reading some stories by Oscar Wilde. So that's at 2 p.m. Eastern. And I am also doing on, hello cats. Oh God. On Friday nights at 8 p.m., you can find me at the Slady's ATL stream as Hannah Slade, your resident sweet Minnesota cleric. Oh, geez, all beans. But yeah, I'm an actor, director, designer, etc., etc. Pop on over to Twitter, say hi, and I'll see you next Saturday.
Will the VODs for that be on the Chaotic Tiefling YouTube channel?
Yes.
Your
Sorry?
show?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, yes.
All VODs go to YouTube. Unless it's just me goofing around gaming. That's the only ones that don't. But
And
yes.
some of those clips need to end up on YouTube anyways because they're just too good to let go.
All of the clips, if people clip things here on Twitch, those all stay on the Twitch channel.
Nice. Okay.
So it's only the VODs that aren't allowed to stay on past a certain point because we're only an affiliate. So.
Looking at you, Finn the Axe Murderer.
Okay, so yes, I did show up on Babs's Island in Animal Crossing and tried to kill everyone with an axe. I did that, but it was spoopy season.
Explain yourself.
Finn is sus.
Finn is always sus. Always.
Stay sus, my friend. Stay sus.
I saw Finn vent the other day, so.
Anywho.
What is your wisdom?
Anywho, next up we have our lovely Gleam Demon.
That's me. Of course, I go make a joke about you, and then it's my turn. So I'm your friendly neighborhood Gleam Demon. I stream here on Twitch on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday mornings from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Central Standard Time for all those in the U.S. Every other Saturday that I wasn't here spending my lovely, lovely time with Shakespeare and my loving cast. Yeah, that's a 3-timer. You can catch me over on Polish Cryptids channel, playing in a High Seas Hijinks sea-themed D&D campaign, where I might just be the most ridiculous sea elf gunner that you've ever seen. Maybe. I don't know. I get told I do silly things. Otherwise, you can catch my channel where I play games like Warframe, or I play RPGs like right now Persona 4 Golden Edition. We're also looking at doing a special Halloween stream on my channel because there's no Shakespeare that night. So definitely check me out and see what's going on by joining me over on Instagram or Twitter. All of my names on every social media platform is at Gleam Demon. And then join me in my Discord if you get a chance.
Awesome. Next up, the magnificent Traveler Farlander.
That's me.
Oh, sorry. So you can find me and what I'm doing mostly posted on at TW Farland on Twitter. It includes discussing RPG shows or RPG games on my show on YouTube called How Else Do We Roll. I'm going to be part of something coming up that I can't talk about yet, but watch my Twitter for that. I'm going to be part of an Extra Life marathon stream, God's Help Me, for 24 hours in early November. Pray for me, my friends. Again, that too, and the link for it will be posted on my Twitter, where I basically do everything. I'm still in podcasting, doing mostly Shadowrun content with my friends over in Pink Mohawk Edition and Radio Free Detroit and et cetera, et cetera. I did want to take a moment to say, through fate or circumstance, I have been pleased to be part of 4 episodes of What Streams May Come. I want to thank everybody. You don't know how good this cast is behind the scenes. You only know how good they are in front of it. But I especially want to shout out particularly Finn, Jessica, and Babs, because you made not just streams, but dreams come. Thank you all.
I'll go cry.
Oh, thank you, Trav.
You're too kind, Trav. It's been our pleasure to have you, for reals.
Very much.
Okay. All right. So, nope. Anyways, the lovely purple-haired hero, Sarah B.
Hello, I'm Sarah B. You can find me on Twitter at Sarah B. Strange. I recently started an Instagram documenting the wild and absurd and beautiful costumes I find in my university storage. And I'm hoping to expand it a little bit to include submissions from other costumers who have, you know, maybe that beautiful evening gown lying around, or you've got some costume that you don't know what exactly it was used for, but you're sure it was something very specific, so you've got to keep it around.
Yep.
So that Instagram is Lost and Stored. You can find it there. It's very recent, and I haven't been posting as much as I would like, but hopefully that'll be happening soon. I am very recent to streaming, and so if you would like to see me on TTRPG streams, you want to cast me, hit me up.
Message me, Sarah.
Ellie, let's go.
All right, next up, our fantastic Melodic Blue.
Hi. Just double checking the mic because I've been really bad about muting myself and my guests this week. Because I have the same mic that Katie does. Hi, I'm Melodic Blue. I am a variety streamer on Twitch for about almost 4 months now. No, yeah, about 4 months. I am usually a family-friendly streamer. However, if you ever happen to see my video going and all my overlays are in grayscale and the video title starts with Melodic Midnight, that is a stream where we can use grown-up words. That is my Melodic After Dark situation, but those are usually for bonus streams. My regular streams are Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. We do Moon Day on Monday for Sailor Moon. Wednesday, we do whatever we feel like. Sometimes it's Babs. And hanging out in Animal Crossing and stuff. Or I'm cooking or whatever. And then Fridays are Final Fantasy Fridays, where we play Final Fantasy VIII, which more often than not turns into Final Fantasy VIII the musical when people redeem a certain channel point redemption.
Nice.
Yeah. You can also sporadically find me on Babs's channel because I just keep popping up over there.
Yeah, you do.
I too am in the 4 episode club. High fives, Trev. Out of sheer luck and being available at the last minute.
Same here, actually.
Yeah, so you can find me on Twitch and on Twitter at Melodic Blue. And I recently reclaimed my Instagram. So you can find me there on at Melodic_Blue. Because if you go to at Melodic Blue on Instagram, it's some dude named Mike. So yeah. That's me.
Awesome. Did we just dox Melodic Blue? The mic Melodic Blue? Uh-oh. I hope
No, we dropped the mic.
Oh, I see what you did there. That was good, though. Oh, I live on the groans that come after puns. Okay, so anyways, where were we? Oh, yeah, Jordan.
Hi, everybody. I'm at D&D Jordan Lee at most places. You can occasionally find me here. Amazing channel. Thank you again, everyone, for getting me back into theater. I've sincerely missed it and being a part of this fantastic cast, part of the 3 Club, and I will definitely be back for next season. You can find me on Tuesdays, mainly on the Thread Raiders channel. I'm one of the admins over there. I will be Tuesday nights. We play Geek Attack at 9:30. We are just starting our season 2. And that's been a lot of fun. And then on Saturdays, you can catch me as Goblin Katie's twin for our Icewind Dale stream at 3 o'clock. And it's an absolute blast. And then starting in November, I will actually be joining Mini Terrain Domain. We'll be doing Dungeon of the Mad Mage on Monday nights. But I love playing TTRPGs, and I also love doing voice work. So hit me up. Thank you.
Of course, lovely. Next, we have the lovely Miss Nikki.
Hi, everybody. It's me, Nikki. You can find me on Twitter as the League DM. I do a lot of stuff. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll be with Craftic Studios. We are going to be doing a donation stream based in like a Disney kingdom run by Steph the Bard. And that is also a charity donation for RAICE, RAICE. It's an organization to help immigrant families. Make sure that they have the means and the funds to reconnect families with one another, and also fund paperwork for citizenships. And then on Monday, I'm playing in a game with Little Red Dot where we get to run Thirsty Sword Lesbians, and I am so excited for it. Oh my God. And then also I have my own channel. It's Ladies ATL, where you can find Jess Bardic Bell there, as well as a variety of other women, where we run a Sailor Moon style campaign, Hunt for the Heart Shards. It's super great, and would love to see you all there.
Thank you, thank you. That's awesome. Next, we have our resident Ben Kenobi, John Manley.
Hi, how's it going? My name is John Rabin, sometimes referred to as John Manley. You can find me and criticize my typos on anglotopia.net. It has been a pleasure to be here for 3 times now, and I thank all of you for being a part of this and for welcoming me in and having me. And just to finish off with, while everybody else was going on, I did find several words that were used, or that were at least invented by Shakespeare and used in this play. Employer, mortifying, to negotiate, reclusive, used as an adjective for the first time in this play, schoolboy, and unmitigated.
Wow.
What? Unmitigated?
I'm that much of a
on
nerd.
this show.
That's interesting.
Okay.
Makes the show that much cooler.
Props to you for
Yeah.
searching all that up.
Good job, John.
That's what I'm good at, other than, making voices.
And you are good at that.
Y'all. I don't know how I manage this, but I'm lit like Morticia Adams.
You are, and it's
There you
adorable.
are.
Liking it.
Oh my God, I'm so
I'm
here
yelling.
for this.
She's coming for your brand, Jess.
Wait, one
That you're
eyebrow
an ass,
arched.
so that's why she's lighting you up that way.
Well, one of you can be Morticia, and the other one can be, Mrs. Munster.
No, I am Morticia, hands down. Period.
Yeah,
Paragraph.
no, I am way less Morticia than Jess. I'm not putting anything up for that.
I mean, I'm gonna want to watch that fight when it goes
Like
down, though.
I will not hear complaints about Lily Munster.
I didn't say which
You will
one.
not blaspheme like
y'all
that.
can fight it out.
But I do want to see that fight when it happens.
Goblin, you're
The
making a
Battle
charity
of the
thing.
Morticias.
I'm just really a little concerned why everybody wants to see me get my ass kicked this hard.
I want a charity bout.
You are an ass.
All right. Who?
See if Jess can kick the ass. Anyways, where were we? Oh yeah, Dragon. I've already mentioned Dragon's wonderful products and apparel, but Dragon, tell us where we can all find you.
Okay. Well, I, as another member of the Four Timers Club, I really just want to say thank you again for doing this for everybody. I have been having an absolute blast. It's been a rough time the last couple of months. I've had a number of losses in my life these last few months, and this has been a big help. And I really want to thank all of you for the support and the love. Because y'all a bunch of great kids, and this old dragon loves each and every one of you.
Well, we love
So
you.
anyway,
We love you.
We love you,
And we
Dragon.
love having you as part of this
Love you,
community.
Dragon.
We love you, Dragon.
so anyway,
Gang
Pribbles and
over
Prabbles.
Gar.
My gar.
These onions here.
I know, right?
That is
Hey, Nikki.
awesome.
I have been having the time of my life doing this, and I look forward to coming back and doing more with y'all. And I'm actually going to be doing a couple of things coming up. For one thing, I will be participating in a. Are we allowed to talk about it, Ms. Jordan?
Yeah, you can talk
Well,
about
I'm
it.
actually going to be playing in 2 of the Extra Life games run by the Thread Raiders.
Yeah.
Oh my
So
God,
I'm looking forward to that. Then I'm also going to be playing in a game that is being run by our friend Casey, who played Oberon.
Yep.
And that will be starting up around the same time. Plus, I believe, I don't have the deets yet, but I believe I'm playing in the during the Critical Tits games.
You
too.
are in. Yes, you are.
Oh, goody.
Can confirm.
Okay. So I'm going to be playing a number of different parts. One character I'm playing is in Jordan's game. I'm playing my female dwarven forge cleric, Nala, daughter of Adric.
Nice.
And
be
she's
amazing.
she kicks ass. I love this character to death. It's the first time I ever ran a cleric too, was a couple of months ago. Anyway, but and then I'm also playing a kobold arcane trickster in the other game. So please check them out. The dates will get posted very soon with the times and everything, and all the games finalized. It is for Extra Life. I will be wearing my Extra Life t-shirt that I got during D&D Celebration. Everybody else should wear one too if you were able to get one.
This year's Extra Life shirt is 3 kobolds and a trench coat.
I know, isn't that a
Actually, it's
coincidence?
not a trench coat. It's a parka.
It's a parka, yes.
It was labeled 3 kobolds in a trench coat.
It shouldn't have been because they're in a parka.
I know,
Ooh.
Like,
but still,
that's false marketing.
it
That's
is.
sus.
Katie, why are you trying to start so many fights? That's
Yeah,
a little
yeah,
sus.
Katie.
Because
Because
y'all
she's
are
an
trying to get
ass.
ass kicked.
We have not talked
no
about ass
problem.
kicking
What they
in
want.
Katie, we'll resolve this on Cast Among Us.
and
Oh,
we
yes.
have to do Cast Among Us.
Yes.
So, all right, I'll wrap this up here. So you can find me on the Twitterverse as at Draconic Verses. My t-shirts have been very kindly bandied about in the chat. Thank you all for supporting that and for actually wearing the stuff and posting pictures of it too, because I don't get to see what the stuff looks like without buying it myself. So I really want to see how they look to see if I need to do any little tweaks or anything like that. So thank you for that. Thank you again for all the support and the love. Well, I guess that's it for now. But hey, after November, I'm kind of free, so hit me up for a game. Anytime. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, Dragon. We love you. And thank you, everyone, for helping us meet our goal for the Actors Fund tonight. That was amazing. You can continue to donate to them. Just go to the Actors Fund. Please continue to support that work so that performing arts and entertainment professionals can... What's up?
Was that everyone?
Did
we
I miss
miss
someone?
I think Lindsay. No? Oh,
Okay.
Lindsay typically plugs herself. And so I
right.
just assumed
Lindsay's
Lindsay
awesome,
was
guys.
gonna
Go find her and love her.
I mean, if you want me to, I can real quick.
Yes.
My name's Lindsay. I'm a voice actor. I do a lot of podcast work. You can find me on Twitter, just at Lindsay Zana, at my name. And I guess a podcast that I'm in is dropping on Halloween, the first episode. It is a audio drama about a bunch of scientists that go under the ocean to a research facility to study some strange happenings and may or may not meet some monsters down there. It's called Primordial Deep. So look us up on Twitter and check it out when it comes on Halloween.
Absolutely.
Are we getting Crit Squad in space, Lindsay?
Man, we're working on it. We're working.
Nothing bad
This whole
ever
pandemic thing has really thrown us all for a loop. So
Yeah.
we're slowly but surely it's coming.
I miss my Cry Squad.
I know, me too.
Because nothing ever bad happens when you go deep beneath the sea and start meddling in things that you shouldn't meddle in.
Never. It'll be fine.
We found these underwater mummy tombs. Let's open them up.
It's 2020.
Oh, hey,
Stop that.
here's an incantation. Hey, let's say it for fun.
Would you kindly visit my underwater city?
Can
Oh, really now?
Yes, Ellie. It's amazing.
Mr. Ryan.
See, we learn new things about each other every night.
Can we give props? Because we haven't even I'm not normally on screen, so I don't ever get to give them props. But can we give props to our amazing hosts, Finn and Jess? Because without them, this show wouldn't be a thing.
Best directors.
And I am so happy to be producing a show with my two best friends. So, and y'all are wonderful. And I'm sad that this is ending, but we will be back.
It's not ending. It's going on pause.
It is going on pause.
Season
It is
is
going on
ending.
pause.
That's
All
it.
three,
This
Finn,
season has
Jess,
ended.
and
Season
Babs
2 will
are
be epic.
wonderful.
Yeah, I mean the
It
network's
feels like
not
the
going to
last day of
cancel us,
summer
right?
camp.
I
It
know.
does.
And can we also say that if Babs is gonna sit here and shout out the host, we have to shout out back to our offstage oracle.
offstage
Normally
oracle.
offstage. Tonight she was on stage.
I was on stage
that-
tonight. It was fun.
This was just kind of a thing that we were not the only ones doing. Several other people jumped in on this, but it ended up evolving into the weird thing you see in front of you today. But Babs was so instrumental in launching us from sitting around on a weekday night in our homes, chilling out with our friends, to bringing it to the people. So yes, thank you, Babs, for making this launch onto the stream.
This is so fun. And I would really like to maybe while what streams may come as on hiatus, maybe we can find some other shows that are public domain and every so often just put one together and do something like that. But apparently we're gonna plan to do a cast Among Us game. So I guess you can look forward to that.
Yes.
But in the meantime, while Shakespeare is on hiatus, we have a lot of wonderful other shows that are on this channel. Saturdays, earlier in the day, as you heard earlier, the lovely Bardic Bell has her show called Tea Time Tales. It premiered today. She's got a wonderful lineup set, and if you just want some cozy story time to just listen to, grab a blanket, grab a warm drink. It's perfect. It's so good. We also run nerdy trivia on Tuesdays at 7 p.m. Eastern time. This coming Tuesday is Power Rangers.
Are you going to answer me finally
Yes,
about
I am.
which
I'm
Power
answering you.
Rangers?
I had to decide. I hadn't decided yet.
fair.
So it'll definitely be a little bit of Mighty Morphin and others. So, but yeah, it'll probably cover a little bit of everything except maybe the super, super, super new stuff.
Nice.
All right.
tell me you're going to
Here's
cosplay
time
as Reaver
for a
Repulsa.
Dino Charge round.
And we, and then the week of Halloween trivia will be Hocus Pocus. Trivia with the lovely Castle Corsetry. And then the first week of November, we have a super special episode, and I'm going to plug it while he's sort of here. But Finn's lovely son, Simon, is going to be our guest for trivia. We are doing Harry Potter trivia, but we are taking all of our prize money and we're going to donate it to a trans charity. And Simon is coming in, and he is the most wonderful kid you will ever meet, and he is also trans. And we are doing a giant fuck you to J.K. Rowling.
Hell yeah.
And I'm so pumped for it.
What movie are both?
I don't know.
That's a decision Babs has yet to make.
Yes. And then next Thursday, I'm going to throw a fall festival on Animal Crossing. So
Just
and
because.
we're going to
Watch out
stream
for
it.
Finn.
We're going to stream it. It's going to be a fall festival. It's going to be super fun. It'll be this coming Thursday night, probably around 8 or 9 o'clock. But keep an eye on Twitter. I'll post about it there. You can find me other places like Rock Punch. I help produce D4 and the new D&D show called Tompo, An Adventure in the Islands, which is based on the new Sina Una campaign setting, which is set in pre-colonial Filipino mythology. It's amazing. It's fantastic. I highly recommend you come check it out. But I have a show on Rock Punch called Babs Fails at Video Games. I'm playing Vampire the Masquerade Coteries of New York next week. And then the week after that, I'm playing Amnesia. But, yeah. And then on now that this is going to be on hiatus on Saturdays, you can find me on the, on twitch.tv/Saverick, where I am playing in a Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic era D&D game, where I'm playing a former Sith assassin, and it's super fun.
Babs, I want to
Sith
get
happens.
you on Phasmophobia.
No.
With me.
Yes,
It's so much fun.
Yes. No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. I will do all the ghost
No.
hunts despite being a scared and cowardly little bean.
Exactly. If I'm gonna cry from ghosts, I want to cry with Babs.
Excuse me, but Ghost, will you write in my book, please? Okay, thanks. Bye.
I can't even hold my controller still and Until Dawn to not get my people killed. I'm not playing
How many have you
Phasmophobia.
killed? Like 5 of them?
Oh no, all but 2 died.
Oh, wow.
All but
You're
2
busy.
in Until Dawn.
Well,
yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I'll get on Phasmophobia with you because I think it's a
Count me
comedy
in.
game.
So, but
I'm strictly a
cry
Lego
with me.
video game man
I
myself.
usually turn it into hilarity while I'm going through the rooms. Like, hi, demon, do you feel like killing me? I hear.
No, I
I'm like,
have
okay,
horrible
cool,
anxiety.
Cool, thanks.
Horrible
what's up,
anxiety.
demons? It's me, your boy.
Yeah, boy, that's
It's
it. I'm
your
shamed
girl.
whenever I do any of
Ghost
that.
facers.
Damn, I just
Oh my
got placed.
gosh. Not ghost facers.
Oh, ghouls, the
Um,
boys are
And
here.
I'm so glad they did.
I am at some point
I hate it
also
when you do
starting.
this.
Quick moment.
Yep.
Can we say thank you for building this community? Not just with
Yeah.
us here, but everybody in chat that's been hanging out
Yes,
with us.
everyone
Yes.
is so great. Like,
there's also a number of folks that weren't here as part of the show tonight that
Yes.
we've had in
Yeah.
a number of the shows as well, like Casey, who I mentioned
Yes.
before,
It was
and
phenomenal.
let us not forget Brock Sampson.
yes, Brent.
Yes.
Oh man,
Oh man.
never forget. Chris.
I love this community that we've built. We've been very lucky to have a very wonderful community and not have to like kick anybody out for being an asshole. And so I just love having all you wonderful people as a part of my life now. And now we have this big cast family, and I love it. So
You're never getting rid of us
Which,
now.
which,
Yes.
which is why actually that I am doing that little experiment that I posted about in the Discord with the game,
yes,
with the D&D game where the players don't know who else is playing
I
just
love
yet.
it.
I want to see it. I want
I
to
love
And
it.
but the thing is, they're all from this community, so this way nobody should have
Any
any
issues?
problems or issues with anybody else.
Amazing.
Everybody should be comfortable with everybody else.
Like,
so there's
oh!
so because that's such a big thing to me. I mean, when I used to play ages ago, children, it was me and my friends. I didn't play with strangers. I didn't play with people that, you know, I walk into the store and meet, you know, like they walk into a tavern and meet. So that's why this community is so wonderful that it gave me the inspiration to try something like that, because I knew the community would be good, and then everybody would be comfortable playing in that way. I still have 2 slots open, though. So anybody wants to play, and then
Don't say it here.
maybe Babs and I can have a talk about possibly producing this.
Yeah.
Reach out to the-
I
to
am
the DM.
I am in the business of creating a creative space for anyone who wants it. So yeah. So let's have a chat if you. So.
I just need to get 2 more people.
So, but as they've said, we're at the point where we are. Summer camp is over, and we refuse to get off the bus.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not going to steal the bus, but
Dust
it
bus.
is now.
Bye, Morty.
Yeah. So.
Well,
I don't want to
let's
go home.
ahead.
They beat me.
We can be the ones to close it out because we must close it out as we always do. Some jobs have to land on the host and hostess. So host and hostess, we must do this.
I don't want to keep us from stop talking, but we're just rambling at this point.
We are
Babs,
all
we got to.
very.
I know.
We have to, babe. We have to.
I know.
We are all very happy that you've joined us for this season of What Streams May Come. Thank you for being here for Much Ado About Nothing. Thank you for being here for the season finale. Please tell others about what you've seen. Share us on YouTube. Get all your fixes there. We do promise to be back. However, as we enter this season of hallowed days, we will be spending times doing other projects and spending time with our families, maybe throwing in a random show here or there before we should come back in 2021 with some more What Streams May Come. Please keep an eye on Chaotic Tiefling Productions because this has become a platform of its own and a community of its own. And we have very wonderful people doing wonderful things. Stick around here to see all these familiar faces.
And as we've mentioned before, if you find yourself in need of a Shakespeare fix while we are taking our little break, please visit Chaotic Tiefling ATL's YouTube channel to find all of our VODs uploaded there.
And don't forget to toss a sub to your Twitchers. Our dear friend Babs the Bat produces this on her channel. Without her hard work, we wouldn't be able to bring this to you. So please share and follow and sub to everything that she does here on Chaotic Tiefling ATL. And if you would like to connect with us, you can find Jess and I at Bloodhaven Bard and at Jessica Skell.
Until the next season, be good to yourself and be good to each other. We will all get through this and back under the stage lights once more.
Give us your hands if we be friends.
We love you.
We'll miss you.
Until it's showtime again.